should be live now. Let me send out the appropriate social media posts. Let's see. Tweet. Instagram. Or story. Okay. I think we should be all good now. My cat has been yelling for the last 15 minutes, but she might have shut up now. Okay, well, she's trying to bite my hand. She very much wants to go outside, but she already went outside today. She cannot be trusted alone. So she has to chill inside. But yeah, today's goal is basically to do a full breakdown, anything and everything about Wii trimming. So I'm going to wait probably 5 to 10 minutes before I actually start, just so that if anyone wants to come in and watch the entire thing, they can start from the beginning, since we're going to break it down just about everything. Hey there, Poppy. Hello, Jay. So yeah, I don't know how long today's stream is going to be, because I'm going to actually trim a Wii after I talk about everything, and then we're going to do a bunch of relocations for it. I'm going to explain everything really slowly. So this could be another like 6-hour stream. Could be shorter, more like 3. But I have no clue. It took me like 8 hours yesterday to make the PowerPoint, but there's no way it's going to take that long to actually walk through all the information. In the meantime, I haven't actually finished the Ashita that I almost entirely built last week. I have not casted X and Y buttons that I have been happy with yet. So, it is not yet screwed shut. But that's probably something I'll do next week. Yeah, this will be something I upload to my VOD channel, for sure. That's the whole goal of this, is to have just like one solid resource for anyone looking to trim a Wii. I'll be trimming a 4-layer Wii motherboard today. That's what I use for all portables. So, yeah. I will talk about the difference between 4 and 6-layer boards, just that the information is out there for people who watch it. But yeah, I'm not going to be doing anything related to 6 layers. What are you using the Wii for? So, this Wii is going to go into a portable Wii. I think the trim I'm doing today is going to be for a G-Boy. Which is a Wii portable in the shape of like a DMG Game Boy. So that's today's plan. Here, I'll just do a quick Mario Kart race while we wait for people to filter in. Trying to think if there's anything I started last week and didn't finish aside from the Ashita. This week I've been spending a bunch of time resin casting. I've been working on Wii undervolting, which I probably won't be talking about much today. But I ran into issues there, so I haven't been able to finish my undervolting process. But yeah, this is a Wii Vision that I built 2 weeks ago now, I think. So I'll do a quick round of Mario Kart, and then we will get into the meat of today. Oh, and I'll probably mention it later. There probably won't be a stream next week. Pikmin 4 comes out on Friday, so realistically I'll be playing that instead of streaming. And I also don't think I'm going to have an entire portable prepped in time. But the next stream I do will probably be a G-Boy assembly. So that should be fun. That's a pretty easy portable to build. It's a pretty popular one. And I've got one of the last kits left from the G-Boy days. So that'll probably happen 2 weeks from now. I keep hearing there won't be streams the next weekend, but there always is a stream. Yeah, I think next week there's almost certainly going to be no stream. Because I'm not going to spend time prepping a portable, and I'm planning on playing Pikmin 4. So unless I get my hands on it early, and then like pound out everything I need for the G-Boy in like a day. But that's very unlikely. If I do stream next week, it would probably be on Thursday. Like right before it comes out. I think I'm going to have a self-rule when I make my Ishida that I have to own the game or have it on its way in order to play it on my portable. Do whatever makes you happy. Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear my cat. Her new thing is that she wants to go outside to use the bathroom. Which is fine, I don't mind that. It means I don't have to clean the litter box as much. But she won't just go outside and use the bathroom like a dog. She has to wander around and sniff things and chase after birds for half an hour. So, I mean, you can stream Pikmin and chat can talk to each other. Yeah, I don't know. Streaming a game I'm excited for, it doesn't appeal to me too much. But that's definitely an option. But I think I'd rather just sit down, play the game by myself, enjoy it, rather than try and stream and worry about being entertaining or keeping viewers or whatnot. Because I'm not great at that. But I am great at trimming Wiis. Which is why we're going to talk about that today. Okay, I've got this weird thing on my dashboard. Where a couple people in chat are showing up as returning chatters every time they post a message. I think it's a Twitch thing, but I don't know how to disable it. Because it's really obnoxious. It makes every message huge. Have you ever thought about plug and play Wii and GameCube controller? Like a Chinese IQ N64? That's not a project I've super considered. There's a guy named Downing, from Downing's Basement, and he made a project similar to that a long time ago. I think it worked with an N64, maybe a couple of other, like, consoles, where he would, like, create, like, a little box that he would trim and then put the console into, and then would plug into like a controller thing and play games. I don't think he ever got like super deep into that. I know it had N64, it might have had another console or two. But I think that's kind of what you're thinking of. And it's something cool to consider, but there would be a lot that goes into that. But it is a fun idea. I got impatient trying to make a PCB, so I ordered the Machida materials. Also have to have my designs for my second portable. Yeah, that's not a bad way to do it. I mean, you can dip your toes in. It's also nice to look at other people's portables and like see how they design it. That helps come up with ideas for yours, especially mounting points and whatnot. Alright. Well, I think... Let's see, how long has it been? 8 minutes? Alright. I think we will fire up the presentation here in a sec. Oh, this is going to drive me nuts. Oh, whoops. I don't want my chat up there. I want it. Hang on, I'm going to see if I can figure out how to disable the returning chatter thing. It only shows up on my end. Twitch. Returning chatter. How do I disable? Oh, okay. Well, no, they added this like a year ago. No, not the first time chatter. Fine with that. Chatter. Okay, hang on. Sorry, I'm gonna see if I can figure this out. Because it keeps, the returning chatter thing keeps locking my Twitch chat, and I don't want to have to constantly scroll it down. Live, switching to creator mode. My channel. I don't even know if I can do it from my phone, unfortunately. It's there because we're special. Are you guys able to see that on your end too? Because it only shows up for Jay and insert coins Poppy. Maybe because you guys are subbed? Will you do more fake future game consoles like the GameCube Portable? Probably. That video did really well and it was fun. So I've definitely got a couple that I'm eyeballing, and I'll do them at some point for sure. Nope, not on my end. Okay, yeah, it's literally just me. When are you making the Wave Rider 2? Actually, that might be happening soon. That's kind of the blueprint for the Waluigi 2, which I started years ago. So unfortunately, I can't do it for the summer contest, I think. I mean, like, if I completely started over, maybe it counts, but I'm staff. I probably shouldn't be stretching the rules. Have you seen the Waluigi 2.0? There's a very old work log on the forums from like 2019. I tried to like model the like a Wavebird shell. I got pretty far into that. Although I never actually printed it out. I have no clue if I was even close to nailing the shape. But yeah, leak, Waluigi 2.0 soon. Alright, well, so I have prepped a nice little slideshow for us. You know, I'm not PowerPoint certified. That would be a lie. But I think after watching this, you guys are all going to think I'm PowerPoint certified. Oh, wait, chat settings. Right here. No one ban requests. Follower only mode. No. Chat appearance? No. Show moderation actions. That should bring pause chat. Scroll on. Oh, chat highlight settings. Oh, here we go. Okay. No returning shatters. I appreciate my returning shatters, but I don't want you popping up all big. Especially not for every message. Okay. Did that get rid of it? Okay, there we go. Okay. So, today's stream is going to be completely focused on portable Wiis. No, that's a lie. It's going to be focused on Wii trimming. So what I'm going to be covering is absolutely everything. So we're going to start by breaking down the anatomy of the Wii motherboard, what all the important stuff is, how it all works, why is Wii trimming even possible, all of that. Then we're going to talk about all the tools you need for trimming Wiis and whatnot. We're also going to break down software modding Wiis, which is very simple. And then lastly, we're going to actually trim a Wii, and I'm going to show all of the relocations that I deem important enough to be showcased. So in theory, you should be able to go from knowing nothing about trimming Wiis or how electronics work, and by the end of this, you should have enough knowledge to be able to attempt it on your own if you really wanted to. That's the goal, at least. So if at any point something is confusing or doesn't make sense, just ask a question. My goal is to kind of test run this, because in the future I might be making like a full-on edited start to finish YouTube video, and so this is a good way for me to gauge, okay, what do I need to cover, what might people be confused about, and all of that. So no dumb questions. Well, there are probably some dumb questions, but feel free to ask any questions you like. My goal is for this to be useful and not just useful for people who already have a deep understanding of electronics. So next up, what are my qualifications? Well, I've trimmed a lot of Wiis. I think I'm up to close to around 100 trims. I've sold about 70 portable Wiis. I've built around 10-ish at this point for myself. So we're getting up there. And so I've done this a lot. I'm very familiar with Wiis and all of that. I think the only person who has trimmed more Wiis than me is G-Man Mods. I don't know how many he's trimmed, but I think he's probably well into the triple digits. So that's why you should listen to me and to no one else. There are some like Wii trimming resources out there, but most of them are from people who are like learning how to do it. So I've watched a couple of them, and some of them show like bad methods or they say things wrong, and then it shows them troubleshooting for a while. So this is hopefully an expert's opinion on Wii trimming. I don't think I'm an expert on much. I do think I'm an expert on doing normal Wii trims. So to start, we're going to talk about how Wii trimming works. So, computers. Virtually any computer you use, whether it's your PC or your phone or a gaming console, has some common components across all of them. Every computer has a CPU, a GPU, it's got RAM, it's got storage. You don't really need to understand what all of those mean or what they do, just know that they are very important. And if you're building some sort of computer, you're going to need those components. And then of course you're going to need some way to power it, which we're going to talk about a lot today later on. And so, moving on to the Wii, is the Wii a computer? So, let's switch over here. So, we're looking for all the components that a computer has. So, this right here is the GPU. This right here is the CPU. We have our RAM right here. We have our storage. This is called the NAND, and this is what stores like all the Wii's stuff just onto here. And then we also have this little thing over here called the AVE, the audio video encoder, and this works with the GPU to output video signals. So this is also important. So as you'll notice, all of those components are on the same part of the board, right next to each other, which is very, very handy when you want to cut it up. So then that raises the question, why are we going this way? Wait, am I dumb? Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. So then this is another diagram. This image is from Shank. So that shows RAM, CPU, GPU. And then it's also important to note these down here are the stock voltage regulators. We'll talk about those more later. Did I swear I had another slide in here? Okay, whatever. So we're actually going to talk about the voltage regulators right now. So voltage regulator sounds really scary, but all it is it is a component that takes in one voltage and then spits out another. It uses magic or goblin power or whatever to spit out a different voltage. So the Wii has a bunch of custom regulators on it. That's what all of these black square things are around the edge. And so those are important for the portable because we're going to be cutting that stuff out. We don't keep the stock voltage regulators. They aren't useful for us. The reason we don't keep them is because they're very big. They need a whole bunch of components to work. They aren't very efficient, so not good for powering batteries off of. And they use up a lot of power. So all of those things kind of make them no-no for portables. So we're going to need to replace these once we do our trim. So when we trim, we've got this diagram here from Shockslayer. So your normal Wii, it takes wall power, it puts that wall power into the wall wart, which converts it to 12 volts, which then sends that to the Wii, which then sends that to the onboard regulators, which convert the 12 volts into 5 volts, 1.15 volts, 3.3 volts, and 1 volt, which are used by various components over here. And then finally, you have your final voltage. So that's what you want for your portable. But for a portable or a smaller project where you're taking the Wii and making it small, our system is a little different. We take batteries, which we then somehow plug into our custom regulators, which then goes to the Wii. So custom regulators come in different forms. We're going to talk about those later. But for now, just know that you're going to need custom regulators. Those are very important for portables. And the ones we use in portables are designed to be small, so they don't take up much space. And they're designed to be efficient, so that they generate less heat, and you're using less power to power your Wii, which is what you want. So, now that we know that, we don't need the voltage regulators, and we know that all of our critical computer components are right over here, so then, look, I just drew some trim lines. Are we good to just cut? Can we just cut that out and have a working Wii? And the answer is almost. The Wii is very close to being able to just cut, wire up your custom regulators, and you're done. But there are 3 problems that the stock Wii has that we need to fix before we can trim a Wii. So the first problem is a little component called U10. So it's a little chip. It's this one right here. No, this one right here. That's U9. And what this does is it sends the turn on signal to the Wii. So it's hardware. It's a hardware signal, so it's not something we can patch out with software. So we need to relocate the U10 chip in some fashion before the Wii will boot after we trim. The good news is that it's a very easy relocation. I'll show how easy it is later. So it's not a huge roadblock, but that is something you have to do before a trimmed Wii will boot. The second barrier is the Wi-Fi module. Where's the Wi-Fi module? Here's one. So it's this little component here, and it sits in the bottom left corner of the Wii motherboard. So a stock Nintendo Wii, if you take out the Wi-Fi module and you try to turn it on, it will not boot. because the Wii, for whatever reason, it runs some checks before it will power on, and one of the things it checks is the Wi-Fi module. I don't know why the Wi-Fi module was deemed so critical that the Wii will not turn on if it's broken or not plugged in, because it doesn't do much. The Wii did have internet connectivity, but it didn't do a whole ton with it, and especially nowadays, it's not all too useful. So, in order to get the Wii to boot, you either need to relocate the Wi-Fi module. Oh, I should explain what relocating is. So relocating is when you take a component that's at the edge of the board, and then you move it somewhere further in. So for example, we're going to be spending a lot of time wiring to like this section of the Wii, because most things route over here to the GPU. So for example, if we were to relocate the Wi-Fi module, we'd put it right here. We might glue it down or something, and then we'd run wires to various points that we'll talk about later. So that's what a relocation is. So Wi-Fi module, it's a boot requirement, but we can work around it with software or relocate it. And then the last thing that the Wii checks for before it will turn on is the Bluetooth module. So the Bluetooth module, this one actually makes sense as a boot requirement because this is what allows Wii remotes to connect, and like you can't get past the Wii menu if you can't connect a Wii remote. So if you don't have a Bluetooth module plugged in, you'll either get a black screen or no video out on your Wii. So that is important to know. But thankfully, we can either relocate it to restore Wii remote functionality, or if you don't care about Wii games and you're just building like a Wii portable just to play GameCube games, you don't need to relocate it at all. You can patch it out through software. And so the software we're going to use... Oh, no, never mind. So with all of that knowledge, we're going to take a look now at the standard Wii trim. So this is dubbed the OMG WTF trim. That is a holdover from the GameCube trimming days. And so those lines there are essentially what you could trim a Wii into with all the knowledge that we have about what needs to be relocated and whatnot. But we're not going to worry about trimming quite yet. We still got a lot to talk about. So that magic software I was talking about that allows us to get rid of the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth module is called RVLoader. So I'm going to walk through the install process on that later, showcase how that works. Modding a Wii, the software of it is very easy. It's probably the easiest console to like software mod. So we'll cover all of that later. So now a common question that people have is if all of the critical stuff is right here, then why is the motherboard so big? Why didn't Nintendo just make it smaller and have the Wii just be smaller? And the answer to that is that Nintendo had to design the console around the disk drive. So you'll notice the disk drive, let me zoom out as much as I can, is very large, and it takes up everything like these 2/3 of the Wii motherboard. And then you also take into account the heatsink that goes here, and all of a sudden you see where all the space went. So that's why Nintendo designed it to be so big. Making it small wasn't a priority for them. They didn't need to make it smaller. So that's why it's so big. But thankfully, they were kind to us modders, and they put all the critical stuff in one spot. So yes, that's why we can trim Wii motherboards. What? Oh. Okay, I just realized I have... Hang on. Alright. I mapped the home button to a scene on my OBS, but I'm now realizing that's not gonna be work. Okay. So that's pretty much everything you need to know about the Wii hardware. I feel like there were probably things that I missed. There are other components around. Here, I'll talk about them now. I should do that before we get too far. Where's my mouse? There it is. So I'll talk about some other components that are going to be important later. So obviously up top here, we have GameCube ports. Those are for the GameCube controller. You have your GameCube memory card slot. These two connectors here are for the disk drive. We don't mess with these at all in portables, but that's what they are, in case you wanted to know what they were. This component here is called the MX chip. That's one of those things you can relocate afterwards. And it's one of the relocations that's worth doing, in my opinion. We'll talk about that later. Over here, you have the 12 volts in. And so this goes through here and then to the voltage regulators, like we were talking about earlier. Let's see, on the bottom, this is the coin cell holder That's important for a real-time clock. The voltage regulators I was talking about earlier. This chip right here is the audio preamp. We don't use this in portables at all. But if you're using audio in like a Wii Micro sort of project, you might need to use this. I hope you don't though, it's not very good, and it requires 12 volts most of the time, which is a bit of a pain. Once again, this is the audio video encoder. This is important for trimmed Wiis. We can't cut this out unless you go a little more hardcore, which I might talk about at the end, but we're not going to worry about that at all today. Oh, USB ports. These are going to be important for when we soft mod the portable. Your SD card slot, also important for soft modding the portable. And yeah, I think that's all the big stuff. So I think now we are good to move on to identifying which Wiis are actually good for trimming. Because not every Wii is built equally. But thankfully, it's not all too hard to find the good ones. So there are essentially two different kinds of Wiis. You have the launch era of Wiis. Those were the Wiis that released back in 2007 when the Wii first launched. And so we call those 6-layer Wiis in the modding community. Here, I've got one right here. This is a 6-layer Wii. And so the reason why they're called 6-layer Wiis is because complex circuit boards have like hidden layers of like traces and voltage lines and whatnot going through the middle of the board. So for example, you've got this top layer that's visible. You've got this bottom layer, which is nice and visible. Then the 6-layer board has 4 hidden layers that we can't see. So 2 plus 4 is 6, hence the 6-layer board. Then the other type of Wii, that is the new Wii. So that's the model that was released. Nintendo released it, I think, a couple of years into the Wii's lifespan. And so we call these 4-layer Wiis because they have the layer on the top, the layer on the bottom, and then there are 2 hidden layers inside. And so there are a few reasons why we like 4 layers better than 6 layers. First of all, here, you know what? Let's switch to the other scene so we can put them side by side to better show the differences. So they look pretty similar. One thing you'll notice though, it's a little hard to see. Actually, wait, I'm pretty sure they changed the GPU. Am I wrong on that? Yeah, okay, this is different. So you notice these two chips right here, our CPU and our GPU, are different sizes. So you notice the CPU especially is considerably bigger. And so what Nintendo did a couple years into the Wii's lifespan is that they redid the Wii CPU to be much simpler and more efficient. They did the same thing with the GPU as well. And so what that means is it uses less power, it generates less heat, and since it's smaller, it's a little easier to trim around. So that's the main difference between 4 and 6-layer boards. You notice there are a few, like, handful of differences, like some components are oriented a little differently, the RAM is placed a bit differently, the NAND is flipped. But the reason we don't use 6 layers in portables is because you just get crummy battery life and they need a really big cooling system, which when you're building something portable isn't great. Now, there are some Wii Micro projects. One that comes to mind is the Endo, which is where you take a Wii and you trim it and then you put it into a really small shell. So you don't turn it into something portable, you just turn it into like a really small Wii that still plugs into your TV and takes controllers or whatnot. So 6-layer Wiis can be a solid choice for that, because that way the power savings don't really matter, because you're just plugging it in all the time. So that's the only thing I would use a 6-layer Wii for. I use 4-layer Wiis in all of my portables. I've never put a 6-layer Wii in a portable, and I never will, because the power difference, I should say how big it is, it's about double. So you'll get about double the battery life if you use a 4-layer Wii compared to a 6-layer Wii. So next we're going to talk about how to identify 4-layer Wiis, because you're going to want to know which Wii you've got. So we've got this nice diagram here from Shank. So 4-layer Wiis, it is a guaranteed 4-layer Wii if the shell is a color other than white, or if it's a Wii that doesn't have GameCube ports on it. So Nintendo released, I believe, the Family Edition Wii, maybe a different other type of Wii, that don't have the GameCube controller ports, they don't have the GameCube memory card ports. If they don't have those, that is a guaranteed 4-layer Wii, or if the shell is a color other than white. If the Wii has a white shell and it has GameCube ports, it is most likely a 6-layer Wii. There are a couple of giveaways on those Wiis that'll tell you if it's a 4-layer one or not. For example, hang on, let me go grab a stock Wii real quick. Here we go. Okay, so if you have access to the Wii and it's a white one with GameCube ports, one way that you can peek inside and see if it's a 4-layer Wii is if you remove the coin cell from the bottom of the Wii. Okay, now I'm going to show you on a board. You will be able to see this right here. So there's like a circle that says FB, and then there's a little number by it. Let me zoom in as much as I can. I don't know if you could see, but on this Wii it says 40. And so if that number is 40 or above, or if it has letters in it, then it is a 4-layer board. That's the easiest way to tell. Obviously, if you're like looking on eBay or something, you probably aren't going to be able to see that. But if you're looking on eBay, I've got some recommendations on how to best find them. So, if you're looking for a broken... Oh, a couple questions in the chat. Are the ones that lay on their sides good for portables? Yes. I believe that's the Family Edition Wii. And Family Edition Wiis are guaranteed 4-layer boards. I think Family Editions don't have the GameCube ports. Is that still another way to tell? But yes, if they lay on their side and like the lettering makes it so they're supposed to be laid on their side, then yes, those are guaranteed 4-layer boards, great for portables. To get to this point where you remove the disk drive and heatsink, did you need to do any soldering? Nope. It's all just screwdrivers and unplugging things. There's nothing, no soldering to get the motherboard down to here. Okay, so back to talking about 4-layer Wiis and how to find them. The best thing to do is just go on eBay and search black Wii broken, red Wii broken, and blue Wii broken. So that right there is a screenshot from yesterday. I went there, I searched black Wii broken, and I instantly found 3 results of pretty good candidates for trimming. Those are all guaranteed 4 layers, and they're all about 25 bucks. That's about the going rate, I would say, for a 4-layer portable, or a 4-layer GameCube, 4-layer Wii that's broken. But you don't necessarily just want it to be broken, because broken can mean a lot of things. Ideally, you want a Wii that has a disk read error or a broken disk drive, which means that the disk drive doesn't work. And guess what? We're not using the disk drive in our portables. We're going to take that out and chuck it. So broken disk drive is ideal. If that's the only thing wrong with it, that is a perfectly fine Wii. Use that for your portable. I always look to see if they power on. Yes. So that's if the Wii, if in the description it says doesn't power on or black screen, I would steer clear of those. Like video issue, that's bad. That could mean a lot of different issues, some of which are fixable. Like sometimes I've had Wiis that had video issues, and all it took was replacing the Bluetooth module, and then it started working again because the Bluetooth module had just broken or come unseated. And as we talked about earlier, we won't turn on if that happens. The specific eBay term they use is for parts or repair. Yes, you can sort by that as well. That will also get you good results. And then untested, I mean, obviously it's kind of luck of the draw. I mean, if something says untested, I can pretty much guarantee it's not going to work perfectly. But you don't know if that's a disk drive error, or if the Wii doesn't turn on at all, or if the Wii is covered in water and is never ever going to work again. But yes, if they power on, if they can get to the Wii menu, or at least the like warning, put on your wrist strap or whatever it says, then that is a good candidate for trimming. Because that's all we need. Once we mod it, if the disk drive is broken, that's not a big deal. I will say, I have had pretty good luck in the past with untested Wiis. I would say probably 80 to 90% of untested Wiis that I've bought, or ones that say they're untested, or if they just say broken and nothing else, 80 to 90% of those have worked out for me. Most of the time it's been a disk drive error. I found some places that if the Wii has been homebrewed, like if the homebrew channel is on it, they mark it as broken. Like they won't even mess with it. But I mean, the homebrew channel being installed is a good thing for us. We're going to install the homebrew channel ourselves anyways. So yeah, it's a bit of a luck of the draw thing. I've got like a small pile of 4-layer Wiis that came as untested or just broken, and I couldn't get them working again. But so I would stick to disk read error, but if there's an untested one for a really good price, that's worth scoping out. Because to an eBay seller, broken disk drive and won't turn on at all pretty much are the same level of badness to them. They don't really know about portables. Although, speaking of people who don't know about portables, there's probably only one. There is one eBay seller who loves to put 4-layer motherboards up on eBay for like 80 or 90 bucks. And then he'll list it as rare Nintendo Wii for portable systems. And he charges like $80, $90 for them. Do not buy those. Those are not a good deal. 4-layer motherboards are not rare. Don't try and buy up all the stock on eBay and sell them. There are millions of them out there. They frequently pop up for sale. But yeah, that is a scam. That is someone I don't think who really knows what they're talking about. They're just kind of taking a guess and trying to fish for dummies. So don't be a dummy. Buy one for like 25 bucks. That's a great price. If you can find one for 20 or 15. It's also worth checking like if you have a Goodwill or other thrift stores near you. I found Wiis at thrift stores occasionally, and those are usually like 15, 20 bucks. Really solid deal. So I would actually check there first before eBay if you have access to those. But yeah, so that's essentially, I think, everything we have for identifying portables. So yeah, now we're going to talk more about the software of the system. So before you do any sort of hard modding, before you tear down the console at all, you're going to want to install the software and make sure it works. To make things easier for you later on. So the software we used, I mentioned it earlier, it is called RVLoader, which not RV like the recreational vehicle. RVL was the nickname for the Wii, the Revolution, before they released it. So RVLoader is just kind of a spin on that. So what does RVLoader do and why do we need it? So like we talked about earlier, it patches out anything that needs the disk drive, anything that needs Bluetooth, and anything that needs Wi-Fi. So that's going to make trimming much easier and testing our trim afterwards a lot easier. It's basically the only homebrew software program that does that, because most programs don't care. They expect you to not be cutting up your Wii, which is a wild thought to have. So, RVLoader also allows you to load everything from USB. So, saves, you won't need your GameCube saves off your memory card. You can back those up if you want them, but GameCube memory card ports aren't usually relocated on portables just because they're so big. And they're massive. That's going to take a ton of space in a portable. They load Wii games and GameCube games off of the USB, all that good stuff. So we need that for portables. The software is really easy to install too. I'll show that in a bit. It integrates with the 4-layer tech suite. 4-layer Technologies is a community store that sells all sorts of boards and products for portable Wiis. I use their stuff in pretty much all of my portables. Very high quality boards, very nice features. I'll be talking about those more later on, more than likely. RVLoader also activates VGA video output on a Wii. So we won't output VGA by default, but there's a way to hack it in. And so RVLoader will do that for us, which is important because most portable screens can use VGA, but they can't use component, which is what the Wii outputs as 480p. So that's important. And then lastly, RVLoader has GC to Wii mode, which is a hack that lets you map your GameCube controller into Wii remote controls. So that's handy for playing Wii games on a portable. So yeah, that's a nice thing to have. So what is needed to actually software mod a Wii? All you need is an SD card, a USB drive, and a PC to transfer files onto all that stuff. That is all you need. It is very simple. There's no mod chip. There's no crazy soldering. You don't have to take your Wii apart to soft mod it. It is the easiest part of the process. So some Wiis will have an SD card in them. So that's typically what I'll use for modding. But I think... Okay, yeah, so the last thing we do before I switch cams and we start modding is you're going to need 3 softwares for your portable. So you're going to need, if you're on Windows, you're going to want a program called GUI format. So the Wii likes to have things formatted as FAT32, 32 kilobyte clusters, and you can't do that in base Windows, but GUI format will let you do that for any drive. You're going to want Letterbomb. That is the software that goes on the SD card. and that will allow us to install the homebrew channel. And then you're going to want RVLoaders files on your USB. SD size limit. I believe technically Letterbomb has like a 2 GB SD card limit. I know in the past I've been able to get Letterbomb to run even off of bigger cards. But like I've got an SD card here. I think it's 512 megabytes. I think I got this out of a Wii one time. And so this is what I use for modding all of my Wiis, just because I know it works. So I know it's a consistent variable. Oh, one thing I should have mentioned earlier. So I said some Wiis don't have GameCube ports or GameCube memory card slots. Those are still fine to use for portables if you want to play GameCube games. All Wiis can run GameCube games. They still have all the software stuff to play GameCube games. They just took off the ports to save money because most people who were buying Wiis in 2009 didn't know what a GameCube was. They were not going to be playing GameCube games on it. So Nintendo did it to save a few bucks on every Wii they sold. So no worries if there's no GameCube ports on it. That'll be perfectly fine for a portable. Okay, so now... Oh, wait, no, we're not going voltage regulators yet. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to back out for a sec, and I'm going to walk through all the softwares. So if you just run a Google search for GUI format, it'll come up. I think this first link here is just fine. You're going to want to download this. It's a very simple program. I use it for formatting everything. But what if I have a Mac? Oh, for GUI format, you'll need to find some other way to format your USB drive to FAT32 32 kilobyte clusters. I'm sure there's a program for Mac that does this. I don't know what it is though, because I don't have a Mac. I've never tried. I always just use Windows. Same thing if you're on Linux. Just find some sort of program or operation that'll format your USB and your SD card to FAT32 32 kilobyte clusters. So for reference, this is what GUI format looks like. Okay, making it bigger doesn't help. But literally all it is you select your drive, set this to 32768, I think that is. That's 32 kilobyte clusters. You could name it whatever you want, and then just run quick format. I believe you can't get 32 kilobyte clusters on small SD cards. So just do whatever it'll let you do, and it should be fine. But yeah, that's what you'll use to format. My stuff is already formatted, so I'm not going to run that right now. But that's what that program is for. Next up, if you run a Google search for Letterbomb Wii, oh, I just realized this is my 4K monitor. Everything's going to look real small. There we go. There's please.hackme.com, and so that will take us here. So this is going to be important. Actually, you know what? We'll run through the Letterbomb stuff now. So here it's going to ask you what your system menu version is. Make sure you set it to 4.3U if you have a United States Wii. E is Europe. J is Japan. Maybe PAL? I don't remember which of these is PAL. But you'll have to figure that out. I'll show you how you can check your software version too. And I think K is Korea. So all you're going to need is your MAC address. So let me go ahead. So I'm going to be software modding a bare Wii motherboard. Because this is what I've got right now. I think this is the only Wii I have that isn't homebrewed yet. So I'm just going to be modding the 6-layer Wii real quick. The process is exactly the same. If you're doing it with the Wii that hasn't been deshelled, there's nothing different. So no worries there. Okay, plug everything in. And then if you buy a broken Wii, it's probably not going to come with the cables. So you have to source your cables from somewhere else. But if you have like a childhood Wii or a thrift store you could scrounge for cables in, you might be able to find something useful. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna change scenes real quick. Okay, we're gonna go full cam. Shift my monitor into place. Okay, it's a little zoomed out, but I think you should be able to see what I'm doing. Alright, so Wii will turned up. You can see this one. Perfectly normal Wii menu. Hook up your Wii remote, and you're in. Oh, okay, this Wii already has the homebrew channel. Pretend the homebrew channel isn't on the Wii. I think we can still do everything while pretending it doesn't exist. Okay, so we need the, what was it called? We need the MAC address. So to get that, you go to Wii Options, you go to Settings, and then you can see right here, this is our version. So we are on 4. Oh, I think my cam might be blocking that. But there's a little thing right here that says version 4.3U. And so then from here, we're going to go over one. We're going to open up the inner... Please tell me I can... Hang on. Okay, I can at least change the date. Okay, so we're going to pretend that that opened up a screen that said, like, connection info or something. And so under connection info, there will be a thing that tells you your MAC address. And so then with that information, you can then plug that in to your MAC address here. So I'll plug in some gibberish for now. And then you do want to bundle the Hack Me installer for me. And then you can click, either one of these. What? Okay, well, I gotta enter different gibberish, I guess. Okay, well, pretend I entered a valid MAC address. Alright, that's frustrating. I didn't realize we had parental controls. You plug that in, you cut it, you'll get a little zip file. And the zip file... okay, hang on. I think I downloaded something recently. Where is it? Nope, okay. Well, you essentially copy all the files on there onto the SD card. And so then one last thing you'll need to do on your Wii is... Nope, not that one. This one. So then after this, you're going to want to go to Calendar. Come on. Go to Calendar, you go to Date, and then you'll want to set the date to whatever today is. So I think it's like, what, July 14th? And then make sure the year is right, because that's important for actually getting Letterbomb to run. Okay, and then I'm gonna hit confirm. I know that's the wrong date. I've got a different Letterbomb set up. It always uses this date, but you'll want to use the real date. Come on. Okay. Okay. And then the last thing, so that's all the SD card set up, and then you're going to need to copy RVLoader over to your USB drive once it's formatted. So if you run a Google search for RVLoader, you'll get this GitHub link from Aurelio92. He's the creator of RVLoader. And then you go to code. Oh, here we go, releases. So the current version is 1.6. Download, so I will download RVLoader v1.6.zip. You don't need to worry about the source code unless you have coding experience and want to make adjustments to it, which if you do, go for it. And so then you unzip this. No, don't open up help. Yes, I know I need to purchase Rimbar license. That's my bad. And then all these files here, copy them to the root of your USB drive. And then, yeah, once you've done that, you've copied over all the files you're going to need for now, for just soft modding it. So let's switch back over to here. So at this point, you should plug in your SD card and your USB drive. And then power it on. And so then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the little letter in the bottom right. Come on. Go. And then you might need to cycle back and forth a few times to find it, but you should see a letter with a big bomb in it. So click on the bomb, and then it's going to load right up. And then you're going to sit on this screen for a while. So this means that letter bomb has worked, and we're going to be able to install the homebrew channel. Do Wii U cables work on the Wii? Like, are they the same cables? I think so. I know the Wii U uses HDMI, but I think it still has the Wii's like AV cable like this one. And that should be the same? I don't know for certain, but I'm like 90% sure it's the same. I know the power is different. The Wii U power plug won't work on a Wii. So yeah, you'll need that. Hey, final turn. Yeah, everyone just calls me Ginger. You are good with that. Okay, so we're gonna press 1 to continue. Okay, all the text here is a little blurry. So it'll tell us some different information about our Wii. We don't really care. We're gonna hit continue. What we're gonna do is we're gonna hit install the homebrew channel. It's the top option. You do that, you say yes, continue, and then it'll say installing the homebrew channel. It'll take like 10 seconds maybe. Yep, okay, we got success. We hit continue, and that's all we need. Now we hit exit. Flushing. Okay, whatever, just hit exit. And then it's gonna boot us up into the homebrew channel. So you'll get these nice floating bubbles. Okay. And so once you get here, you're going to want to press 1 on your Wii remote and go to USB device and hit OK. And then if your USB drive is plugged in, you should get some different options, some different screens that come up. So once that happens, click on RVLoader and then click load. And it's going to load up into this. RVLoader is not installed. Do you want to run the installer? We're going to press A for yes. Gonna run some checks. Okay, so then here you got, I know, okay, you can't read the text, I'm sorry about that, but here there are 2 things you can change. You can patch out Wi-Fi, you can set that to yes or no, and you can set enable VGA to yes or no. So patch out Wi-Fi, if you're gonna be trimming your Wii, always set this to yes. If you do decide to relocate Wi-Fi later, you can go and set that back to no, but we want that to be on yes for our initial trim, because that'll let us test it easily. If patch out Wi-Fi is set to no, then the Wii will still require the Wi-Fi module to be inserted before it will boot up. And that's going to make testing it after we trim really tricky. So leave patch out Wi-Fi to yes, and then enable VGA. If you are building a portable Wii, set that to yes every single time, because every screen that's compatible with VGA, or virtually every screen we use is compatible with VGA, and so you're going to want that for your portable. And all VGA does is it overwrites the component output of the Wii, not the composite output. Composite is the one where it's just yellow and then 2 audio cables. Component is red, green, blue, and 2 audio cables. So it replaces the component, the 5 cable one, with VGA, which is fine. Almost no little screens that we use in portables support component. And in the event that you need to switch it back later on, you can just rerun the installer. So for portable sake, set both of these to yes, and then you press home to start it, and then we hold the home button for 2 seconds. And then it'll start running through all sorts of text, doing all sorts of things. So you just gotta sit there. It should only take a minute or 2. So, completely off topic, is there anyone trying to make the Wii U more portable? Yes, there's a guy named Yvettle Griffin. He's been spending a bunch of time recently on testing the Wii U's voltage regs and relocating the modules for Wi-Fi and connecting to the gamepad. So he's been making some pretty good progress on that. I think he's still a ways out from trimming or like actually building a portable, but he's been doing a bunch of really good research and mapping out pinouts and whatnot. So yes, there is someone making progress on that, but so far what he's found hasn't been great for portables. The Wii U just uses a lot of power. You'll need some big batteries to make it portable at all. Alright, so the install process is done, and RVLoader is installed. So I think I have a couple of games on here for testing. So, but yeah, RVLoader, I'm not going to dive into this, how to like set up RVLoader too much. You have all sorts of menus here. Maybe I'd do a different video covering that stuff. But at this point, I'd recommend like getting your game set up on your USB and messing around with RVLoader and getting comfortable with it. Just so that if there are issues later after you trim, you're not trying to figure out RVLoader and your issues at the same time. But yeah, once this is installed, you're good to go ahead and power off your Wii. Gotta hold the power button for a while. And then one like sanity check that's worth running if you're new to this is go ahead and take out the Wi-Fi module and take out the Bluetooth module and go ahead and turn it on again. So you'll see our Wii still booted up. And remember earlier we talked about how the Bluetooth module and the Wi-Fi module are required for a Wii to turn on? Well, now that RVLoader is successfully installed, without the Bluetooth module, no Wi-Fi module, it still boots up, it still works perfectly. So, this is a good sanity check. I don't think you can really install RVLoader without like properly patching out Bluetooth. That's a good thing to check, just so you know you didn't mess something up. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and power it off again. Have you seen the latest work by that French guy that's portabling using an Xbox 360? Yeah, that is Milo Maker. Yeah, his stuff is super cool. Very cool portabilizer. He's done some Wii portables in the past. And so yeah, he's been working really hard on Xbox 360 portabilizing. I think he's at like the case part of his project, which means he's pretty deep into it. But yeah, that's been a really cool project to follow. All right, so we're gonna set this Wii off to the side now and go back to our 4-layer Wii. So this 4-layer Wii is in essentially the same point that 6-layer Wii is one now. RVLoader has been installed. I ran some tests to make sure it's all good. So this is going to be our trimming victim for the portable. Okay, let's see. Did anyone try to use a disk reader for a portable? Not in many, many years. On the Wii, the disk drive is so large, like we're talking this big. The camera makes it look a little bigger than it is, but like it is far too big to like put in a nice handheld system. So not in recent memory. Oh, one other thing I meant to talk about earlier, but I forgot, is so whenever you want to build a GameCube portable, you should use a Wii motherboard. And that's because the Wii is backwards compatible with GameCube games. So all GameCube games will run flawlessly, just as well as they do on the GameCube. People used to trim GameCubes and put those in their portables. But once the Wii came along and people figured out how to make portables with it, the Wii is just better because it's easier to trim. It uses less power. It generates less heat, so you get better battery life. You don't have to use as big of a heat sink. Wiis are easier to mod. Wiis can also play Wii games if you care about that. The only thing you lose by not using like a GameCube motherboard is you don't get like the same GameCube BIOS or whatnot, but that's just kind of something you got to live with. If you really want, you can kind of patch in a way to like for the GameCube boot screen to play, but I wouldn't worry about that too much. If you want a GameCube portable, use a Wii as the base for it. It's the better option 100% of the time. I don't think anyone has built a GameCube portable in many, many years. Aside from a couple of crazy people, but we are going to focus solely on the Wii for today. Alright, so we've got our software now. Let me switch back to here. Okay, so that's all the software stuff you need on the Wii. RVLoader streamlines everything, so you don't have to go through and use a bunch of different installers. All you need is RVLoader. So, next up... Alright, so now we're going to take a break from the Wii, and we're going to go talk about voltage regulators again. Because we need to pick out a solution for how we're going to power our Wii once we've trimmed it. Because unfortunately, you can't just reuse the Wii's voltage regulators. So we were talking about them earlier. It's this big section down here and down here. You just can't reuse them once you trim because the board is likely going to be a bit of a mess. The power supply for the Wii is going to panic when you plug it in and it notices stuff is weird. So there's no way to reuse these for portable or for testing. So we're going to need something else. And so there are 3 options right now that I think are good. They have their various pros and cons. So we'll break that down. Oh, and once again, voltage regulators. All a voltage regulator is, it is a special component that takes voltage in, and then it takes it eats that voltage, it goes nom 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 nom, and then it spits out another voltage. So that's how we will, so like the Wii, it uses 12 volts for everything, and then there are voltage regulators that spit out different voltages for what the Wii needs. And so our goal is to make better voltage regulators for the Wii that use less power and generate less heat. So, why is the PMS board really spendy? I will talk about that when we get to it. In fact, I think we're actually going to get to it right now. So, option 1. So, if you need custom voltage regulators for a portable Wii, my number 1 recommendation, if you're building a portable project, is the RVL PMS2 or the PMS Lite from them. So it's a board, it's about this big, so pretty small. And so this it spits out all the voltages you need for your portable. It's got 1 volts, 1.15 volts, 3.3 volts, 5 volts, and 1.8 volts. So those are the 5 voltages you generally need for a portable. And in addition to that, it also allows you to plug batteries straight in. And that's important because you can't just plug batteries directly into voltage regulators. You need some sort of interface board to handle charging and safely outputting voltage. Just using raw batteries into something is a bad idea every time. You need some sort of protection circuit. So for portables, this is great because it's all in one. It's got built-in battery management, like I said, and it can interface and communicate with the Wii. It's got some cool features with RVLoader. So if you use one of these in a portable, you'll be able to see your battery life as a percentage, which is cool. And you'll also be able to see the temperature of the chips of the Wii, which is nice because that tells you if your cooling setup is working. Back of the board doesn't have anything on it. Everything's on the front. But yes, this is just a very clean, all-in-one solution. It's what I use in all of my recent portables. Very nice board. The one downside is that it is pricey. So there's the PMS2 and then there's the PMS Lite, which generally both do the same thing. There are a couple of differences. The PMS Lite doesn't have a 1.8 volt regulator, so you have to use the one that's built into the Wii. I'll talk about that a little more later. That's not a huge deal. It's a little bit less efficient, but that's mostly important if you're building a portable that needs to save space, because the LDO, our 1.8 volt regulator, is pretty big compared to other components on the Wii. So there are times where you just don't really want to use it. You want to get rid of it. And then the battery life detector on the PMS Lite isn't quite as accurate. So it's still pretty close. It takes a little while to configure and get it to spit out or to guess pretty correctly. But it's not the end of the world. So if you want to save $15 and you don't need the 1.8 volt regulator, the PMS Lite is a perfectly fine option. I use that in some of my portables. So Jay asked, why is it so expensive? And that's just, this board isn't open source, so I don't know the exact parts or everything on it. But the old PMS that used to be sold, all the components for that used to cost about $35 or $40. Just for the components, not the actual work of soldering them on. And these are tough boards to assemble. Lots of small chips, lots of small little components. And so I know 4-layer tech for the PMS2, I believe they get those assembled by a PCB fab, which also adds some cost. So if I had to guess, I would say the components on this board are probably in like the $50 to $60 range, maybe a little bit less. That's still pretty pricey for everything on here, because battery management systems are kind of expensive. Very efficient voltage regulators like these are pretty expensive. And so then obviously they need to have some sort of profit margin to make it worth their time. But as somebody who assembled complex boards like these, it is worth it to me to just spend the extra money to have it assembled. So I don't think the pricing is unreasonable. I think it's a pretty fair price for what they're charging. There's also a lot of dev time and more upkeep that goes into it. They occasionally patch in new features still to the PMS2, like the recently added like fan monitoring, so you can adjust the speed curve of your fan to make it louder or quieter or more efficient. So yeah, it's a good board. I recommend it. So that is the number one option if you are building a portable Wii, because it makes all the portable stuff pretty straightforward. But if you're not building a portable, if you're building more like a Wii Micro or something, then another option is the PSU Plus. So this is a board from Crazy Gadget. He sells them for about $40, so it's a lot cheaper than the Wii PMS. And so all this board is, it takes in like 12 volts or 7 volts or something, and it spits out all of the voltages a Wii needs. So all it is 5 voltage regulators, but this only provides voltage. It doesn't do anything with batteries, so it's not a great choice for a portable. You would need some other battery management board to piggyback with this to make batteries work. But it's nice and compact. It's really small, so if you're building a Wii Micro, or if you just want something to like test trims easily, PSU Plus is a really solid option. And so then the last one we're going to talk about is PTH 08080 regulators. So those are all zeros, by the way. That's a weird font. So these are what people have classically used in portables. The first portable Wii I ever built used PTHs in them. And all these are simple voltage regulators that are easy to configure. You just have to put a couple of resistors in line to tell it what voltage you want it to spit out. So they're a little more complex to set up. You have to solder on some resistors. You have to calculate the resistors. Once again, this is only regulators. This doesn't do any of the battery stuff. You need a separate battery board to safely charge and get power out of batteries. And these have actually gone up in price recently. I had to buy some last week for a project I'm working on, and it cost me almost $50 for 5 PTHs and all the little components you need to solder on. So I don't generally recommend these for portables. The only advantage is that they're generally available internationally somewhat easily, although I think they're even more expensive internationally. So they'll do the job. They're good for it. They're fine for a testing setup, but I wouldn't use these in a portable. They're just not worth it. So those are essentially 3 voltage regulator options. These might change in the future. Like 2 years ago, the board everyone used in portables was just called the Wii PMS. And it had some issues, and then the BitBuilt store shut down. So then G-Man, I think, worked with Aurelio, and they made the PMS2, and so then now that's the best option. But it's entirely possible in a year or two that something else will be the best option. So before you go out and start like trying to buy something, I'd recommend like double checking, like maybe in the BitBuilt Discord, or look what people are doing on the forums, and make sure the things I'm recommending are still good. Because portable information becomes outdated somewhat quickly. So don't trust everything I'm saying. I could be spitting out terrible like methods that will be replaced in 2 or 3 years. I'll do my best in the video description once this is on YouTube to kind of update it if things are outdated or if new things have come along that are important. So be sure to check that if you're worried that some things might be outdated. But yeah, the PMS2 is the one I plan on getting. Yeah, it's a solid choice. I think it's generally worth the extra $15. I've currently bought 3 PMS2 since I melted one like a true portable genius. That's another good point. If you're buying a PMS2, make sure you practice your soldering stuff, your soldering chops, before you start soldering to it. Because that is a common thing beginners will run into who aren't comfortable with soldering. They'll try to solder to their PMS2, they'll get a big solder blob right in the middle, and they'll fry it. As long as you're careful with your soldering and you're only soldering along the edges, like you are unlikely to fry it. But that's a common like beginner like stumbling block. So yeah, be careful. That is an expensive board to kill. Why did the BitBuilt store go under? Well, the person, Noah, was the owner of it. I think he was ready to move on from portabilizing. He'd been doing it for many years. G-Boy Kits, I think, had kind of wore him down. So he decided to move on. And so 4-Layer Tech decided to come up just so that the store and the BitBuilt forums would be separate. They're 2 different entities, so if the store staff implodes, they all get mad at each other. That's not going to affect the forums. And if the forums implode, which that's not going to happen, but in some world where they did, that wouldn't affect the store. So that's why everything kind of shifted around. But yeah, I think 4-Layer Tech should be around for a while. I think they're all working well. They're releasing stuff. They're doing well. So hopefully that stays around for many more years to come. Because if they go down and no one's selling PMSs, I'm going to be very sad. Okay, tool time, tool time. It's tool time, everyone. So you need a lot of tools to trim a Wii and test it. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of show the tools rather than read off a list, because I think that's a little more interesting. So some things that you need for a portable need to be high quality. Particularly your soldering iron, because if you're using cheap tools or cheap equipment, you're going to break stuff, you're going to struggle, it's going to be really rough. So I'm going to be pretty clear on what needs to be high quality and what stuff you can kind of get away with, not using top of the line. But the first thing is a soldering iron. So I can't really show it. It's over here. Oh, I can show this. So I use a Heko FX888D. It's around $100. But this is just what I use. I bought it like 5 years ago. It's going strong. It works great. But what I would recommend, if you don't have a soldering iron right now, or you don't have a good one, is I would recommend the Pinecil. Pinecil. It's a USB-C powered soldering iron, and I have never used it, but I have heard universally good things from everyone who owns one. I believe it only costs around $40 for like the main unit, and it's supposed to be really, really good. That is the best like budget soldering iron. I think I've heard it's pretty comparable to my 888D in terms of quality and what it can do. So I would recommend looking for that if you need a soldering iron. If you already have a soldering iron, you might be okay. But if it's one that plugs directly into the wall, like if it goes here and then plugs into the wall directly, it's probably not going to be good enough. We call those lightning rods in the portabilizing community because they're very cheap. You generally get them from like Harbor Freight, or it'll be like the $10 option on Amazon. So don't do any of that. If you don't have a good soldering iron, get a Pinecil. But if you have like a welder station, that's an actual station with a block like this, that's probably good enough. But yeah, high quality soldering iron will make a huge difference. When I first started modding, I used a really cheap one, and it was miserable, and I frequently struggled to get things to work. So switching over to a nicer soldering iron and eventually my Heko really helped. If you get a Pinecil, make sure to get a proper power setup for it. It's USB-C. Yes. You'll need. I would assume it's PD power delivery. That's the USB-C standard a lot of things use. So make sure to look into that and get the right charger. As far as soldering tips go, so the one I use on the Heko, I use the default one that it comes with. There's some solder on it, so the shape doesn't look great. But it's essentially just a pretty small chisel tip. I don't know the exact measurements, but this tip I have found is just the perfect balance between like getting heat into something and being fine enough to like solder small things with it. So I don't know what the Pinecil equivalent is. I assume there's a tip like this. If you're only getting one tip, I would just get this one. Or one shaped similarly to that. I don't think Heko tips work with the Pinecil. I think they have their own standard. But yeah, I think that's everything soldering iron related. How did you learn to do this? Do you have a degree on something or just self-study? It was just self-study. I saw portables when I was 15, and then when I was 16, I got a job and could actually afford to like build portables and stuff. So yeah, I learned how to solder. People on the BitBuilt forums were really helpful. They helped teach me and get me going with portables, and then over time I just got better and better at it because I did it more and more. But yeah, that's how I got into portabilizing. I don't have any sort of electrical engineering degree. I am very much a novice when it comes to coding or other important engineering things. I just know how to build portables. That is about the extent of my knowledge. And weed trimming as a side thing. So that's what we're talking about today. Okay. So soldering iron, next up is good solder and good flux. So solder, what I use is, I use Kester solder. I use SN63PB37. I think that's like the 10 to something ratio. I don't know. I use the 0.5 millimeter size. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you can see the label. So I have a 1 pound roll, which is a lot. 1 pound of solder is a lot of solder. Like one of these rolls, I bought one of these when I first started, and it lasted me for about 50 portables. So if you buy a 1 pound roll, you'll have it for the rest of your life. It will never run out. It doesn't matter too much if your solder is leaded or unleaded, as long as you buy from a reputable brand. Like Kester is a very prominent brand. They make good quality flux that will work well. Leaded solder typically like is easier to use than unleaded solder, but with modern solders, it's not nearly as big of a difference. You'll get essentially the same from either type of solder. Do you use rosin core? Yes. Make sure your flux has some sort of, or make sure your solder has some sort of flux inside of it. I believe, I'm sure this is resin core. Because yeah, if it's old flux, like if it's old flux that your dad has or your grandpa has, it's probably not going to work very well. And good solder is very, very handy to have. So yes, rosin core is important. I would assume virtually any Kester solder is going to be like that already. And then another thing you're going to want is flux. So I've typically used Kester 951 in the past. Don't buy from this eBay seller. Supposedly this is supposed to be watered down or not legitimate stuff. I need to find a different seller. I might switch fluxes the next time I need to buy more. I want to try like a paste flux. But yeah, get some sort of nice flux. Kester 951 will work. It's not conductive, so it's really easy to use and really easy to clean up. But yeah, so what flux does is it's kind of like magic soldering juice. It makes it really easy to get solder to flow where you want it to. So like oftentimes if I'm soldering to like Wiis, I'll put a drop down where I'm soldering to. So it's very handy to have. It'll make some soldering a lot easier, especially fine soldering, which you're going to be doing for a portable Wii. Hey Reg Dog, I'm doing pretty well. I think we're, after tools, we're going to get started on the actual Wii trimming stuff. So next up is a multimeter. So a multimeter is essentially a measuring tool for all things electronics. So the one I've got, I think this is like one my dad got in college or something. And I know how to use it, so it's the one I use. And so you'll notice it can measure resistance. It can measure voltage DC, voltage AC, and then amperage, and a couple of other things that I don't really ever use. But for a multimeter for a project, you're going to want a digital one. So this one's digital. It reads everything out in numbers. And it needs to be able to measure resistance, so this little ohm. And it needs to be able to measure DC voltage, so volts. You can get a fancy multimeter if you want. But realistically, if you don't plan on doing a whole lot of electronics projects, a cheap one will do you just fine. Just make sure it measures voltage and it measures resistance. Yeah, I've been using this multimeter for years. Did you steal it from Dad or did he give it to you? I'm pretty sure he just gave it to me. I don't think I stole this one. I think he also gave me another multimeter too that I need to find. And maybe try using that one more. I think that one's a little fancier, a little more modern. But, you know, I'm used to this one, so that's what I use most of the time. So yeah, multimeter is essential for when we're troubleshooting and testing. If you don't have a multimeter, you're just going to be guessing in the dark at what's wrong. And that's terrible for building a portable Wii. Do not do that. Don't forget solder ventilation if you haven't mentioned already. Oh yeah, I'll talk about that now. So, they sell them on Amazon. A bunch of cheap ones. I've got like a Hecco brand one that sucks in solder fumes. Solder fumes are pretty toxic. You do not want to be breathing them in, especially not on a regular basis. I don't turn mine on while I'm streaming because it's super loud. But yeah, if you're soldering, you should have some sort of ventilation system. Yeah, that's an important thing to note. Next, you're going to want some sort of like little cutters for wires and whatnot. I recommend flush cutters, F-L-U-S-H cutters. These are really good getting into fine places. I use these all the time. Great for clipping wires, all that good stuff. You're going to want wire strippers. So like you can use a cheap pair like this. I use this a fair amount. If you want to go fancy, you can get something like this. These are like not automatic, but basically all you have to do is squeeze them and it strips a wire for you. It only works on thicker wires. I'm gonna use some thin wires in portables. So the bigger wire strippers, that's absolutely optional. You'll get away with one of these just fine. I used one of these for years. It works. Yeah, don't use your teeth, please. These are like maybe $5 on Amazon. You'll be fine. When I've used solder in the past, I've always blew the solder smoke away from me. Yeah, I mean, that's better than sucking them in, but not ideal. Okay, next up, isopropyl alcohol. You're going to want a little bottle of this. This is really good for cleaning motherboards when we're done soldering to them. Helps make sure you've gotten everything up. And then along to go with it, if you get like a toothbrush, that's just really good for distributing it and scrubbing. Just really handy to have. We're going to be cleaning our motherboard a fair amount while we're working. Stupid question, but how do you orient the Hako fan? Is the carbon filter supposed to be directly facing the board, or should the fan be blowing straight upwards? So I have it sitting like this in front of me. I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to sit. I don't know for sure. But that's how I have it sitting towards me. So so the fan sucks straight through the carbon filter. I'd imagine that's how it is. This looks very back of device-y to me. Oh, well, yeah, it definitely goes this way. It doesn't suck air through. But yeah, that's how I have it oriented. That's a fair question. Okay, another thing is an X-Acto knife. We're going to be using an X-Acto knife a fair amount for scratching stuff and cutting things. You're going to need that for a Wii trim. Pliers, you only need them a little bit for a Wii, but I mean, pliers are good to have. We're going to use those a few times. And then wire. So for a Wii trim, there are 3 types of wire I recommend you have. The first type is 22 gauge wire, stranded. So some wire, if you string it, it'll be lots of little wires inside, or it'll just be one big wire. Stranded wire is the little wires. You want that because the big wire can like snap sometimes internally, and it's really hard to tell when that happens. So 22 gauge stranded wire. I like having a bunch of different colors, or you can just buy like a roll where it's just 1 color or 2 colors. This will work, but I prefer to have the different colors for different voltages, so it's easy to tell what's what later on. Another type of wire you absolutely need is 34 gauge magnet wire. So this is very, very thin wire, like a little bit thicker than a hair. And this is what we're going to be using for Wii vias and all sorts of data lines. You need wire this thin, or else it's gonna short out. It's gonna be a huge pain. You can use thinner wire if you want. You could use like 36 or 38 gauge wire, but I find 34 is a nice balance between easy to fit into things and still easy to work with. Once you get to the super thin stuff, it snaps really easily. It's harder to manage. So 34 gauge is a nice sweet spot. Highly recommend for Wii trims. And then lastly, you're gonna want some sort of 30 gauge wire. I use 30 gauge magnet wire because I like magnet wire a lot, but wrapping wire will work fine. Just make sure it's about 30 gauge. We use this for kind of like in between things where we need a little more power. Oh, I should talk about, okay. So why do you need different kinds of wire? So thicker wires can handle more current, which is essentially the amount of power something gets. I don't really know how to explain volts versus amps and whatnot. But for high current lines, those are going to be things like your Wii's power lines, your charging ports, your battery lines. Those need to be done with 22 gauge wire so that they're nice and thick and they have plenty of current. 34 gauge, it can't handle very much current. So it's fine for data lines because you're not sending very much current with a data signal. But some things are kind of in between, where 34 gauge is a little too thin, but 22 gauge is really big and clunky for what you're trying to do. So 30 gauge is a nice in between. I think I've got, oh, I do, hang on. So this is another kind of wire you can use. This is 30 gauge wrapping wire. I've got it in black here. So this is something that you would strip more traditionally with like your wire strippers. And so this is a fine replacement for my 30 gauge magnet wire. I prefer magnet wire, but it's one of those, whatever your preference is. If you have wire like this lying around, then just use that. But yeah, I've got a big old roll of it. It sits in my toolbox because I just like magnet wire better. But yeah, those are the 3 kinds of wire I'd recommend for weed trimming, and that's really all you need to build a portable with too, as well. So you shouldn't need anything in addition to that. Okay, so now let's talk about Wii trimming equipment. This is stuff that you're only going to need for like trimming your Wii. So first up, of course, is you're going to need a rotary tool. Dremel is like the name brand for that. I mean, with power tools, I feel more comfortable if I'm using a name brand. So this is the Dremel I've got. It's a Dremel 200. This is a pretty cheap Dremel. I think it might actually be their cheapest option. It only has 2 speeds. It has low and it has high. And yeah, I have to use high to trim a portable. but you're gonna need one of these. I think this cost me like 40 or 50 bucks back in the day. If you're gonna be dremeling a lot, I would recommend getting a higher quality one. I wish I had more speeds. Another thing to note is that some Dremels are wireless. So this one like plugs directly into the wall and just powers off of that. Some of them are wireless and they have a battery in them. If you're gonna be doing a lot of dremeling, I've heard that the wireless ones, the batteries wear out pretty quickly. So if you're gonna be using a Dremel occasionally, having it be wireless is really nice. But if it's gonna be something you use for a long time, you may just wanna stick with a wired one and deal with the wire. Another thing you're gonna need with your Dremel is you're gonna need a cutting wheel. So that's what we use to actually trim the Wii. And so this is one of those components you can kind of cheap out on. That's what I do. My dad a long time ago gave me a pouch of these little Dremel wheels, and they lasted me forever with trimming Wiis. And so if you look up diamond cutting wheel on Amazon for a Dremel, you'll find people who sell like packs of like 20 of these little wheels. And these little wheels work really, really well for trimming Wiis. I've used official Dremel, not official Dremel diamond wheels, but I've used like official Dremel metal wheels, and they don't work as well for trimming Wiis. So I think this cost me like 10 bucks on Amazon. And obviously you are unlikely to go through this many wheels. One wheel will last for multiple Wiis. Obviously, an official Dremel one will probably be better, but these work so well that I don't feel the need, because official Dremel diamond cutting wheels are pricey. I think it's like 20 or 30 bucks for just one wheel. And these work well. These work very well. I'm very happy with them. The only issue I've had with some of them is that some of them are a little bent. They'll like flex outward, and that's no good. So when you first like hook it up and plug it in, let it spin slowly for a sec and look at it. And if it's like wobbling or not spinning like perfectly straight, then use a different one. But yeah, that's something you can cheap out on and be fine. At least in my opinion. I have never needed a nicer wheel than that for Wiis. You're going to want masking tape. So when you trim a Wii, I would recommend putting tape to cover up all your little chips. So, I mean, masking tape, it's masking tape, nothing crazy. And lastly, you're going to need sandpapers. At least 3 different kinds for sanding down the Wii, which I'll talk about later when we actually do it. But you're going to want 220 grit sandpaper. You're going to want 400 grit sandpaper, and you're going to want 800 grit sandpaper. And if you have other sandpapers lying around, I'd recommend having like 120 or 180 to help with initial cleanup. It just makes it faster. But 220, 400, and 800 are all you need, in my opinion, for trimming a Wii. And so that's everything that's essentially required for trimming a Wii. There are a few things that I would recommend. The first one is Captain tape. So this is Captain tape. It is very thin electrical tape, essentially. And so it generally just comes in orange. I think it's like 10 bucks for like these rolls off of Amazon. And they're just really nice for Wii trims. If you have to connect boards, you want to put them right next to each other, but you don't want them shorting each other out, this works very well. Electrical tape will do the same thing. It's just thicker and it's not as sticky in my experience. So Captain tape is nice. I recommend it. I think it's worth the 10 bucks for sure. Tweezers. This is another thing where it's like you don't need them, but my life would be terrible without tweezers. You can get like a set on Amazon for like 10 bucks of a bunch of different soldering tweezers. They're not going to be super high quality. If you want more high quality ones, you can go on DigiKey, and there are all sorts of different ones. But yeah, these tweezers, these are the 2 I use. I like having the nice thick ones for thick wires and the nice thin ones for thin wires. You can get Japanese batteries from IKEA. They are good. I didn't know IKEA sold batteries, but that's good to know. Guess I'll check the next time I go to an IKEA. So tweezers I recommend. And then the last thing, this thing is very optional, but some sort of hot air reflow station. So what this thing does is it spits out very hot air pretty quickly, and it's good for heating up components and pulling them off with tweezers. You don't need this all too much on most Wii trims. I'll probably be using it today to get one thing off. There are workarounds that you can do with just a normal soldering iron. iFixit tweezers are nice, IMO. Oh yeah, that is probably another good source for tweezers. I've never bought an iFixit kit, but I probably should at some point. But yeah, hot air reflow station. You can get a fairly cheap one off of Amazon for I think 40 to 60 bucks. I don't know what the exact price is nowadays. Those things, they work. I used one for probably about a year and a half before it burned out on me, but I was using it pretty frequently. So if you want to go for something nicer, I have a quick 861DW. That was the upgraded, the good one. I think it cost me a couple $100 a few years ago. I think there's a different model now. I don't know it off the top of my head. That's considered better. So solid, def worth getting the full $60 kit. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That probably comes with all the screwdrivers you need to take apart a Wii as well. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm not going to be taking apart a Wii today. Because it would take me like 10 minutes. It's probably not worth it. If you're struggling to take apart a Wii, check tutorials. There are a few hidden screws, a few things that are a little tricky. But the only thing you need to keep when you tear down a Wii, I would hang on to the Bluetooth module and the Wi-Fi module. And you might want to hang on to the heatsink too. That's nice to have for like just testing. So you have something to just put on it. But man, I definitely struggle with using hot air stations. Try to place some 3DS components. Yeah. If your hands aren't steady, that might be tough. It's also, with a hot air station, it's also really easy to knock off components that you don't want to get rid of. I've done that a few times. That's always a pain. But yeah, as far as tools go, I think that's everything. If anyone's thinking of something I missed, feel free to yell it out in the chat. There are other tools you might want for building a portable, not just weed trimming. You're going to want like screwdrivers. Oh, okay. Well, you'll also want a Sharpie for drawing your trim lines. I forgot about that. We'll definitely be using that later. And some safety equipment. I'll talk about safety equipment later for trimming a Wii. But that should be all of our equipment stuff. So, we are nearly done with all the PowerPoint stuff. We are just about ready to do things. Before we start doing things, I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Okay. Let's see. Hot air is how I broke my PMS. Oh yeah, I wouldn't use a hot air reflow station near any like 4-layer tech boards. You're just likely to mess stuff up there. How do you know when you need to sand the sides when you've sanded enough after you've made the trim? I'll talk about that when we get to sanding for sure. Okay. So we're just about ready to actually start doing things. Oh, did I go forward too? No, I didn't. Okay. So one thing to note is if you're going to be trimming a Wii, you need to go look up the definitive Wii trimming guide. This is a document that has all of the pinouts and everything that I'm going to be using today. I should have them like right here when I'm on my main scene. So you'll be able to look at those as I'm doing it. But make sure to check that out and read through it. That kind of breaks down everything as well. This sort of video is just to kind of very thoroughly demonstrate how all of that works. But you're going to need these diagrams. Don't try and like wire to where I'm wiring. Make sure you're referencing the diagrams to ensure you're using the right vias and you're doing the right thing. Because I probably won't be calling out exactly what I'm doing at every time. As far as like which pins and whatnot. Okay. No more PowerPoint. It is modding time. Modding time. So, we're going to be on this view for a while. We're going to go ahead and hide this. And we're going to show this. Alright. So the first relocation we are going to be doing today is called the U10 relocation. I talked about this earlier, but the U10 is this little chip right here. And what it does is it sends the turn on signal to the Wii's GPU. Yeah, the GPU. So, if you trim a Wii and you wire up your voltage regulators, nothing's going to happen. Because the Wii won't be getting that turn on signal. So, by relocating the U10 into where the Wii is, or where the trim is going to be, the Wii will still get the turn on signal, and you'll be good to go. So one important thing to note, if you are using a Wii PMS, or not a Wii, an RVL PMS2 or an RVL PMS Lite, the RV PMS, these boards emulate the U10. So we can take a look. I don't know if my camera will show it, but where is it? Okay, right here. There is a pad that says U10 on it, and this board just emulates the U10 for us. So you don't need to bother with removing this and relocating it in. You just need to run a wire from this pad to the U10 via, which you can see in the diagram. That's right here. And then I'll also show it when I do the U10 relocation myself. So if you're building a portable Wii and you're using the RVL PMS, you can kind of ignore this step for now. It'll be important for you later. But I am going to relocate it before I trim, because the U10 relocation is just something that's good to know. It's something that you used to need to do in every portable, and a lot of projects will still require it if it's not using the PMS system. So I'm just going to demonstrate it because I think it's important, and it doesn't take too long. So we are going to start modifying this board. So we're going to start soldering to it and whatnot. So make sure when you're at this point, make sure you've tested RVLoader, make sure you're good with all that. Make sure you know that your board works in this state, so that way you aren't worrying later if you mess something else up. But yeah, so the first thing we need to do is we need to remove the U10 chip. So the easiest way to do that is to use like a hot air reflow station like I showed earlier. This solder is pretty hard to melt, so I would crank your hot air station up to about 400 degrees Celsius and then blast it. Should only take, I don't know, 30 seconds a minute, maybe a little bit longer if it's a cheaper hot air station. And then you should be able to just nudge it off with tweezers. But if you don't have a hot air station, you can do this method instead, which I will demonstrate. Yes, this VOD will be uploaded to YouTube. That is the plan. It'll probably go on the Ginger of VODs channel. Oh, okay, I need to... Okay, step 1, turn on your soldering iron and let it heat up. Another thing that's important to note with U10 is the chip right next to it called U9. The U9 will also work. It does the exact same thing as U10. It sends the same signal and whatnot. So, if you botch your U10, if you knock a leg off of it, or you completely wreck it, you can use U9 instead, but that's your last chance with this board. There are like U10 replacements out there on the internet, but if you do what I show here, you shouldn't be able to break your U10 all too badly. So what we're going to do is the U10 has 5 pins, 3 on this side, 2 on this side. We're going to blob each set of pins together with some solder. So I'm going to feed solder in. When I solder, my soldering iron is pretty much always at about 350 degrees Celsius. I think at least. My soldering iron is all decalibrated, so I don't know what it's actually at. Oh, whoops. Okay, you'll notice a solder blob flew off. That's bad. Avoid solder blobs. Those can kill things. Where did my tweezers go? I literally pulled them out to show them off. Oh, here we go. Right here. So if you do get a random solder blob, make sure you get that off your board so it doesn't short stuff out. So I blobbed the 3 pins on the left together, and now the 2 on the right. Okay. If you can't blob them together, getting 2, like... Am I zoomed in as much as I can? Okay. Getting big blobs on them will be fine. And then all you do is you get some fair amount of solder on your iron. And then you heat up the right side pins for a few seconds. And then you bounce over to the left side. And then back to the right. And then you quickly alternate between heating up all the pins. Okay, this is taking longer than it should. I'm going to heat up this side for a few seconds. And then I'm just pushing very, very gently with my tweezers. Okay, am I not heating up one of the pins or something? This should have taken me like 3 seconds. I haven't done this in so long. Oh, there's definitely solder blobbing all of them. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. So I was pushing very gently. Do not push with a lot of force there, otherwise you will break legs off. Okay. So the U10 is now free and off of there. And then I'm just going to make sure I didn't short anything out over here. We look to be all good. So for reference, the U10 is a very simple chip. So there are 3 pins on the right, or on the left, and 2 pins on the right. The 3 left pins are all ground. They all just need to be connected to ground. And then this upper pin right here is 3.3 volts, and then the one below that sends a delayed 3.3 volt signal to the Wii, which is what tells it to turn on. Yeah, I got cat hair on here again. So that's all it does. And very conveniently, you will notice that there is a chip inside of the trim lines with the exact same footprint as the U10. You put these side by side, they're the same size of chip. Now, this chip does not do the same thing as U10. It does something else. But it has the same footprint. And very conveniently, the 3 pins on the left are all ground. This upper pin is connected to 3.3 volts. And this pin is connected to a data line. So, all we need to do is remove everything here, put the U10 in, have it take its spot, and then manually wire up our data line to where it actually needs to go. So, with removing... So this chip right here is called U5. So what we need to do is we need to remove the 3 little components around it, as well as the U5 chip. So we don't care if we ruin these, because these components are getting chucked in the trash. We aren't reusing them anywhere else. And a stock Wii, so one that hasn't been trimmed, doesn't care if the U5 is gone. It's not going to throw a fit. So the reason we're relocating this before we trim is so that we can verify that our U10 relocation is good before we trim. That's just one less variable that we can mess up, like after trimming. And so that way when you're testing, after you've trimmed, you know with 100% certainty that your U10 relocation is good. This is a common, struggling point for beginners to Wii trimming. Is flux not recommended? It's not a bad idea. I often have a bit of a struggle, blobbing pins together if I use flux. Sometimes. Because it tries to be helpful and, Alright, so I'm going to do the same thing I did to remove U10. Okay, that was way easier. You just have to be quick with the iron. And then also, make sure you throw out your U5 immediately, so that way you don't risk mixing it up with U10, because they look exactly the same. So, U5 is thrown out, so I can't mix it up with anything. Okay. Oh, one other tool I should have mentioned in the tools breakdown is solder wick. So, this is what you use to kind of wick up solder. If you get too much somewhere, or in a place you don't want it, you just put some down, and like so. There we go. So there's no extra solder on those pads. And so also, once you get your U5 off, make sure you didn't rip up any of the solder, any of the pads there. So you can see I've still got 5 nice and shiny pads. If you've ripped up a pad, then it'll look like brown or orange and dark. And you'll be seeing the other layer of the motherboard. What solder do you use for your builds? I mentioned it earlier. I use this Kester solder. This is what I use. High quality stuff. Been very happy with it. But yeah, it is rosin core. That's important. Okay. So our next step is to just solder the U10 chip into place. So I'm going to go ahead and anchor down the 3.3 volt pad first. Like so. And then I'll do this bottom pad. And then, since all 3 of these pins are ground, I'm just going to put a big old solder blob, well, not a big old solder blob. I'm going to put a moderate solder blob over here, just to help make sure they're all actually connected to ground. because all three of those pins do need to be connected to ground. If one of them isn't, then it won't work properly. Okay. So we've got some flux residues on here. I'm going to clean those up really quick. Oh, and so this diagram I have here is essentially showing all the same steps I'm doing. So you see they identified U10, they removed it, they removed U5, and then they're going to do what we're going to do next. But before we do anything next, I'm going to go ahead and do just a little bit of cleaning. And then we're going to run a couple of quick checks really quick to make sure I did my soldering properly. And I would recommend you do the same if this is your first time doing this. Scrubbing with, I'm using isopropyl alcohol again. Okay, and so then with my multimeter, a lot of multimeters have a continuity mode. So that's this thing right here. I think that's supposed to be a diode. So if you go there and you turn it on, if something is connected, then it, at least my multimeter, it beeps. I think some multimeters will just like have something pop up on screen to show that something's connected. If you don't have this mode, and you want to know if two things are connected, then you should set your meter to a resistance mode. Like I can set it to 200 ohms, and you can see it reads back 0.03 ohm or 0.3 ohms, which essentially means 0 ohms. These two things are directly connected. So that's another way to check if 2 points are connected. And we want to check if some points are connected really quick. So for example, we know that the top right pin of U10 is supposed to be connected to 3.3 volts. And this right here is a 3.3 volt spot. So if I put this here and I touch the top right pin, I get a beep, which means that that's soldered to 3.3 volts, which is what we want. These three pins on the left are ground. I know this big pad right here is ground. So I touch here, I touch here. Ah, okay. This is why we check. So, I don't know if you can see, but I've got a nice big solder blob here that covers all three pins. But, when I check with my multimeter to see if it's connected, my multimeter doesn't beep. And it doesn't say 0. So that means that I've got a blob on the pins, but I'm not actually connected to ground here, which is a problem. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a little bit of flux onto here. And then I'm going to kind of jam my iron in here again and reflow this joint really quick. Alrighty. And now we're going to check again. So I'm going to touch one end of the iron to ground, one end to here. And we get a beep, which means that it's now connected properly. So that's why you want to check things like that. Just to be 100% certain, because that was very misleading. I thought that was actually soldered correctly. That wasn't for demonstration purposes. But sometimes it's not quite soldered right. So if I didn't check that now, later on I would be struggling and scratching my head trying to figure out what was wrong. And hopefully I would have checked that eventually. Okay, so our next step, now that we have our U10 soldered to the U5 relocation spot, is we're going to flip the board over and we are going to solder our first wire to the back of the Wii motherboard. I'm going to prop the Wii motherboard up with, this is another thing Captain Tape's good for. It's good for holding up a Wii once it's still got the ports on. Okay. So, we need to wire up to the U10 via, which you should check the diagram. That's on the left here. You should look at that in the definitive Wii trimming guide for full resolution so you can see for sure. But the U10 via is this one. Right here. Okay, yeah, you can't even tell which one I'm pointing to for the most part. But it's the second one from the top, from this row right here on the far left. So, this is where our 34 gauge magnet wire comes in. And this is the one part of the U10 relocation you will need to do if you're using the Wii PMS in your portable. So, this is the trickiest part of U10. And it's that you need to solder a magnet wire to one of the little Wii vias. So all of these little gold circles that you see right here are called vias. And these are holes that you can put very, very thin wire into. So you can see, wire is in the hole here. I wish I had a microscope so that you guys could see this better, but I'll try to explain what I'm doing in pretty good detail. So that makes being able to put our wires inside of those holes Makes it so we get stronger solder joints and we're less worried about wires coming loose later. Oh, one thing I should show. So you see how all the vias are nice and gold and shiny. Let me go grab a different Wii board really quick. Okay, here we go. Okay, so on some Wiis, the vias are masked. So this Wii, for example, vias, they're kind of shiny, but they're mostly covered up by the solder mask. So if you're using a Wii that has the vias masked, this is where an X-Acto knife comes in handy. Because you don't want to try and solder to the solder mask. That is not going to work well. So all you do is you take your X-Acto knife and you just kind of scratch around the circle that the via is on until it is all nice and shiny, just like the via is on the other board. Let's see. Can you see that? Okay, yeah, you can see how that one's all nice and shiny. There's plenty of copper exposed, and so now you're able to actually solder to this. And honestly, I would recommend, even on vias or on Wiis where the vias are unmasked and shiny like this, I still recommend that you scuff it up a little bit with your X-Acto knife. That'll help give the solder a little something extra to cling to. You don't want to scratch too much. You don't want to scratch outside of the little circle. So be gentle and be careful. But that can help when soldering to Wii vias. Okay, so now we're going to take our magnet wire. So the way you strip magnet wire, you can't use traditional wire strippers because it just has like an enamel coating on the outside. So the way to strip is you get some solder on the end of your iron, nice little blob. You shouldn't be blobbing above a Wii motherboard, by the way. That's a bad idea. And then you just touch your blob to the end of the magnet wire until the magnet wire is kind of inside of it. And then you want to hold it there for at least a few seconds. And then kind of run it up and down the very end of the wire just a little bit. Until you see some nice silvery wire. So we stripped off all the red here. I don't know if you, okay, you can see that. So now the end of our wire is silver instead of red, which means solder will stick to it and like cause an actual like electrical connection. So at this point, you now take your wire, you find the right via in the diagram, and you put it into the hole until there's just a teeny tiny bit of silver sticking out of the hole. Sometimes you'll need to strip more off of the end of the magnet wire. Sometimes you need to clip a little bit off. But just go until you have just a tiny amount of silver poking out of the hole. So then once you've got that, so my wire's in the hole, it's in place. We're going to take some flux. We're going to put a little drop of flux. It's okay if it spreads out to like other things. We're going to put our little drop of flux on the via. And then we're going to put a teeny tiny amount of solder onto the end of our iron. And then we're going to mush up our iron but like into the wire and along the via. And then we're going to feed a little more solder into it. And then we're going to pull back. And what you should see is a nice little circle of solder right around your magnet wire covering up the via. So that, it's kind of hard to tell the difference between like a good via solder joint and a bad one. But this one, it is a nice clean like silver dome in between the wire and the via. And that is a very solid solder connection. I'm not worried about that coming loose. So you need to do that step if you're using a Wii PMS, and make sure your U10 wire is nice and long. Like I would probably give it like 6 inches to a foot, just so you know it's long enough if you're using the Wii PMS. And then on the Wii PMS, you don't need to wire it where I'm going to wire it to now. You will connect the other end of this wire to the U10 via on your Wii PMS. But if you've relocated the U10 like I've just done, you want to run the wire. Let me zoom out a bit. We're going to run it down and around here, and we're going to poke it through like this via right here, I think. This one should be good. Doesn't matter too much. Just one in this general vicinity. Gonna run it through the board. Is there something on the other side? Oh, there are flux residues blocking it. Hang on. Come on, go in. That's another reason why you should clean up your board pretty regularly. Okay, I'm just going to use a different one. That one I got like flux smeared into. And cleaning it would probably help. But this other via will work fine as well. So you just pull your wire through. I like to leave like a nice 90-degree angle here so it looks nice and clean. And then you'll see that our wire has popped out here, right next to where we need to go. So we need to connect this wire to the bottom right pin of the U10. So I'm going to go ahead and clip my wire. Might want to leave yourself just a little bit of slack, just in case. Better to have a wire that's slightly too long than slightly too short. And then we're going to tin this end of the magnet wire, like we did when we first started. You only want to tin the very end of it, like just a few millimeters. We don't need to tin off quite as much as we did for putting it in the via. Explain a little about Wiis PMS. I've talked about the Wiis PMS a lot earlier on in the stream. So if you want to know more about that, you might want to go back to that later. But essentially the Wiis PMS, or the RVL PMS, I believe it's called, is a board that handles all of the voltage regulators and all of the charging stuff for the Wiis. It's a very nice board for a portable. It's pretty expensive, but it has a lot of cool features and does everything well. Okay, so at this point, our U10 relocation is done. The one thing we want to do is I want to turn on the Wiis and test the relocation before we trim. And so to do that, we need to slice the via, or slice the old data line from what U5 was doing before U10. And so I don't think my camera is going to pick it up. But there is a teeny tiny trace that runs just above where it says U5. And it runs up and over and around to, I believe, right here. Right next to this little resistor array. So we need to sever that trace, or else weird signals are going to be going all sorts of different places. And we don't want that. So right below where this little capacitor was, I'm just going to cleanly cut just a few times. Pushing with some force, but not a whole ton. And then with our multimeter, we're going to check that we actually severed the connection. So I put my multimeter here, and I put my multimeter here. Okay, so I haven't severed the connection because this via is still connected to this pin, which we do not want. So we're going to cut a few more times with our little X-Acto knife. Okay, now we're going to check again. That little via here. Okay, no beep this time, and it doesn't say 0 ohms. So that means we actually severed the connection, which is good. So now, in theory, we should be able to plug in our Wiis, and it should boot up like nothing has changed. So let's go ahead and check that. Plugged in power.
Waluigi time.
So the way you check if a Wiis is actually booting is by connecting up power and a video line. So we still have our AV port, so that makes it easy. Nan512, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. So let me switch back to the C. So the screen should go black. If it goes black, then U10 relocation is good. So I powered on the Wiis. We got a black screen. And then this is a screen you should become familiar with if you're trimming a Wiis. This is the I can't find a USB drive screen, which is good right now because I don't have a USB drive plugged in. So the Wiis boots up. It's successfully getting the turn on signal from the U10 after being relocated. So we are good. So if you're using a Wiis PMS, I wouldn't bother doing the U10 until after you've trimmed. It's kind of a pain to test that before you trim. Now, is the button still attached when you tried to power on, or did you short something? So with an untrimmed Wii like this, with U10 relocated, you do still have to push the power button to turn it on. But once it's trimmed, you won't need to hit the power button. There's no power button anymore, aside from like turning on your voltage regulators. So I'll show that later when we work on that. Yo, got into eHeat because I got into Wii Portables. Pretty sick stuff. Oh, cool. Happy to hear that. Are you on the BitBuilt forums? Are you named something else there? I don't know if I might recognize who you are, but I don't recognize Nan512. But if you're active on there, I probably know who you are. But that's cool. I'm glad you found something you liked out of it. All right. I'm gonna just move this wire because it's bugging me that it's not perfectly straight. Okay. So at this point, that's all the modifications we're gonna make to the Wii before we really trim, or at least that's everything we can test before we trim. So we'll go back down to this view. So now it is time to prep for trimming. So a few things we want to do before we trim, or at least that I'd recommend, is we're going to remove some of the components that kind of stick up a lot because it's kind of tricky to trim when they're in the way. So this is where our handy dandy pliers come in. So to start, we're going to remove all of these. So one thing to note, once you start pulling stuff off, you're not going to be able to test your Wii anymore until after you trim. These caps are for the video lines that use the port. So our video port won't work anymore after we pull these off. So I've tested everything I want to. I'm not as active as I was a few years back. Doroma, or some weird name. G-Man changed it to name. Gotcha. Do you have any personal recommendations for tools? I think about 20 or 30 minutes ago, I broke down every single tool I'd recommend for weed trimming. So, as far as a soldering iron goes, which is the most important tool, I'd recommend a pine sill if you don't already have a nice soldering iron. If you already have a nice one, whatever you have will work. And then I talked all about solder and flux and everything else I'd recommend there. This will also go up as a YouTube video if you want to watch that then. Okay, so one thing with these caps is you'll notice that I'm twisting them gently. You want to do that because if you yank or if you go too quickly, you can rip these pads up, which isn't the end of the world. If you rip those pads up, it's not gonna like ruin the build. But it looks ugly and it might get rid of some convenient test points for testing the Wii later. So just twist nice and slow. And then over here, I'm gonna remove a bunch of these because they're kind of in the way. After you trim and sand, do you test immediately after, or is there more assembly required? All you need to do, generally I'll test pretty much immediately after. You do have to wire up like some sort of way to get video out. But yeah, once you've got U10, voltage regulators, and it's sanded and video out, that's when I test. So that way you have a baseline that you know whether it works or not. And this is the last thing I remove. It's always a bit of a pain. It tends to just kind of explode. Yeah, this one's exploding for sure. Okay, explode is a bit dramatic. It's not going to explode. It's just going to kind of crumble. Fall apart. On that one, if you rip the pads up, it's not a big deal. Those pads aren't used for anything once we trim. But yeah, that's an inductor for the voltage regulators. So our Wii definitely won't turn on now until after we trim. Okay. So this looks good. That's everything actually, okay. So the one thing I'm going to remove with my hot air station is I'm going to remove this 1.8 volt regulator. Depending on what build you do, you may or may not need to remove this. There are methods. You can use a Dremel and kind of cut into it. I think Wesk, or maybe G-Man, has a video on how to remove that with the Dremel. I've got a hot air station though, and hot air is just way easier. So I'm just going to blast this off real quick. This might be a little loud. I apologize if it is. What temperature should you solder at? I think my soldering iron is pretty much permanently at about 350 to 375 degrees Celsius. I'm not entirely sure what temperature I actually use because I messed up the calibration on it a while back. But that was what I soldered at before, and I think that's in the ballpark of what I solder at now. So I'm just blasting this with heat. I'm going to poke it occasionally. This component takes a ton of heat to remove. So this is the sharp regulator. It takes 3.3 volts and it converts it to 1.8 volts. And so if you remove this regulator, you'll need to supply 1.8 volts from your voltage regulator setup, which isn't a problem if you're using a PMS2. But if you use a PMS Lite, that will be an issue because the PMS Lite needs the 1.8 volts from this regulator. What's G-Man been up to for the last 2 years? I think he's mostly been running the 4-layer store. I think he handles all the board assembly and I think all the shipping out of stuff. I feel like he hasn't been working on portables nearly as much as he used to. I think he's got a different full-time job aside from 4-layer tech, and he's been really into car modding lately. He's a big car guy. So I think that has been eating up a lot of his time and resources. I'm trying to think if he's built any portables recently. I know he hasn't done any YouTube stuff recently. He's not super passionate about YouTube. That's not what he likes about building portables and whatnot. But yeah, he's still around. He's still working on stuff. Again, I'm only like lightly nudging on it every so often. And I'm gonna up the heat just a bit. I think I'm usually at like 400 to 450 Celsius when I'm desoldering this. Currently at 650 Fahrenheit. I don't know my Fahrenheit to Celsius really quick. So if I use the PMS Lite, I don't have to remove this part, right? Yes. If you're using PMS Lite, do not remove this part. I have to remove this part because I'm building a G-Boy with it. And the G-Boy, I believe this component would get in the way if I didn't remove it. But the Ashita, if you're building an Ashita, this part won't get in the way on an Ashita. You're perfectly fine to leave it in place. The Louis, if you wire really carefully, it won't get in the way. But I'd recommend removing it and using a PMS2 on a Louis to help save you some space and make things easier. But yeah, it just depends on the portable you're building. And you can always remove it if you're using a PMS2. But if you might be using a PMS Lite, I wouldn't recommend removing it. And you can also remove this part. Oh, that's what I should be doing. I should have just removed this after the trim. It's easier to pull off after you trim because there's less heat for the board to sink into. There we go. Okay, I did nudge this part a bit. There we go. Okay. So that's all I'm going to be doing with the hot air station. Oh, okay, well now I have to wait for the board to cool down. Yeah, I didn't think this through. I should have waited. But that's okay. What's the difference between the two? PMS Lite does not... So the part I removed is a 1.8 volt regulator, and the PMS Lite doesn't have a 1.8 volt regulator to replace this with. So, yeah, if you remove this and use a PMS Lite, then your Wii won't be able to turn on. The PMS2 has a 1.8 volt regulator like on it, so that's one difference between the two. And the PMS2 also does a better job of gauging the battery life than the PMS Lite. Like the PMS2 will give you a very specific and accurate percentage. The PMS Lite, I think, gives like a pretty good guess, but it's not always going to be dead on accurate. But it's not a deal breaker for me when deciding between the two. So yeah, you can keep that in mind when deciding. The PMS Lite is also, I think, $15 cheaper. Since it doesn't have the extra regulator. And I think it uses a slightly different battery charging setup that's a bit cheaper. But still just as good, aside from the monitoring. Okay. I'm gonna take some IPA, and we've got some various dusts from removing the inductor, so I'm gonna clean this off. Okay, so our next step is going to be to draw the trim lines. So when you're trimming a weed for the first time, you should just draw your lines on the board directly with Sharpie so that you know where you're cutting. That's the best thing to do so you don't overcut or misjudge something. So I've got a few different weed trims. I lied. There is a little more PowerPoint, but only a little bit. So these are some example weed trims. So this is the standard trim. We talked about this earlier, the OMG WTF trim. So you can see the lines in red. That's where you'll trim. So that is the like bog standard trim here. Yep, that's the standard trim. But some you could kind of cut a little bit closer in some places on this trim without anything changing all too much. So some portables use a slightly modified version of this trim. So a G-Boy trim, the difference is it keeps in this the fourth screw post here, and then it just cuts a little corner off over here. I think to help give space for the USB drive or something, and then the rest of it is the same as the standard trim. So this is the standard trim, this is the G-Boy trim. They're just very slightly different. Nothing really changes. The G-Boy trim is just meant for the G-Boy. So this trim is a little weirder. This is the trim meant for the Louis. So this view is from the back of the board because that's where I have an easier time remembering. So this trim cuts a little further in over here. It cuts in here, and then it goes around here, and it leaves out this screw post and just barely leaves this screw post intact. Cutting out this stuff isn't a huge deal. This is old stuff for the audio amp of the Wii. But generally, if you're building a portable, you'll be replacing this with a better audio amp that can do like headphones and speakers directly and whatnot. So cutting out these components isn't a huge deal. Do I have any more trims? No, okay. And then the Ashita trim, I couldn't find a picture of one, but you essentially just want to do, I would recommend doing a standard trim, but you want to cut a little further in here and maybe a little further in here. You want to cut up right up close to this. And here, let me zoom in. There's a little NAND cap here. You want to cut up right next to that NAND cap, but leave it intact. And then there's like an array of resistors right here. You want to cut just slightly outside these resistors here, and you can just go straight down from there. The Ashita, the battery tolerance against the Wii motherboard is pretty tight, and so you want to cut in a little closer here. You can do a standard trim. You just kind of have to loosen up the Wii motherboard and pull it out to get your batteries in, and then screw it back into place, which isn't a huge deal. That'll work fine. So if you're uncomfortable with trimming closer in without a full-on diagram, that's fine. Another thing with Wii trimming is that you can always sand or cut more later, but if you cut too much, well, that's kind of game over. You're not. It's hard to put Wii motherboard back on. Okay, so we are gonna go ahead and draw our trim lines now. Do you think you could do a standard trim and then stand down further for the Ashita? Yep. I don't know if you asked that before or after I said that. But yes, that is a perfectly fine strat. I'll probably find some lines, drop some lines for the Ashita, so it's a little more clear. So here, let me switch scenes again. Okay, actually we're done with this. I can do this as much as I want. Okay, so we want to keep both of these screw posts in. So I'm gonna cut like that, and then let's see. I'm gonna cut along here, just outside of these pads here. I think that's right. Is that? You know what, let me just pull up. Here, let me just actually look at it. I usually draw my trim lanes. Actually, I'll do them on the bottom too. That's what I'm gonna be using. And then we're just gonna draw a straight line to connect from here to here, like so. And then along the top, cut like this. just kind of like the corner of this thing. And then we go straight across. And then we will cut kind of down along the, we'll just kind of scrape the edges. So yeah, like that. So those are, oh wait, and then since it's a G-boy, I need to cut like that, I think. I need to cut out a little corner there. Then I'll flip it over and draw my lines on the other side for reference. So when I'm cutting a Wii, I'll usually cut it from the back, because cutting it from the from the front can be tough, because you've got all these big ports in the way. But at the bottom, it's all nice and flat. There aren't big ports in the way, so it's easier to make your cuts. So let's see. I know I want to cut right along this capacitor. And then I'm going to cut outside of these screw posts. We'll connect. And then we're going to cut along here. Like that. All the way up. And I think we go to like here-ish. And I'll cut a little corner out here, because that's fun. Oh, and then my corner on the bottom gets like that-ish. I might cut out a bigger corner. Okay, so while we have our trim lines drawn, let me show like the maximum points you can cut to on a Wii. So this capacitor here, this is the furthest you can go on this side. Along the top, so this is our NAND right here. And you should be able to see there are a whole bunch of lines that come out of the NAND. And they go along here and around here. So right along here. These lines go out somewhere else. We don't care about these. So you can cut like here and then here. If you like here and then okay. Gotta be really careful. Here and here. If you really needed to, I wouldn't recommend that. But these NAND lines are the maximum point you can cut along. These USB vias right here are very important. Do not cut these out. That'll make your life harder. This set of resistors right here, they connect to ground right along here. So you can cut along here-ish if you really want to. Again, I wouldn't recommend it unless you really know what you're doing. You can cut inside and like that if you really want to. But then, of course, you lose this screw post. And then you can also kind of cut somewhat tightly along here. Make sure you leave this, at least some of these pins intact right here. And make sure you don't cut into the NAND. That would be bad. So that's kind of like a loose explanation of what the maximum lines are for a Wii trim. Again, I wouldn't really push those boundaries unless you know what you're doing. But just as a reference. Okay, and then before we trim, one last thing we want to do is we're going to take our masking tape and we're going to tape up over all of these chips. So these 3 chips here, we're going to put tape and we're going to cover them. Because when you trim, you send a lot of dust flying everywhere. And that dust is somewhat conductive. And so if that dust gets sent underneath those chips, where there are lots and lots of little tiny balls of solder, then it is possible that those chips could like short out and break or cause the Wii to not work, which would be bad. Now, granted, it's kind of, it might be like a placebo thing. Like, it's entirely possible that nobody has ever like actually had dust go under their Wii and messed up their Wii. But it's one of those things where it costs like 5 cents worth of tape, if that. And you know what? I will take the time and spend the 5 cents just to know for sure that there is no way that dust getting under the chips is what's causing my Wii to not boot. Have you ever killed a Wii after the trim? Yeah, I definitely have. When I was first starting out. I've got like a box with a bunch of Wiis in it. that I trimmed, and then I just couldn't get them working afterwards. But most of those trims are from years and years ago. So at some point I just need to like open up that box and give it another try, since I've learned a lot about troubleshooting since then. Okay, and I've got a little corner still exposed here, so we're going to cut off one last little piece of tape. Like so. Alright, so now our chips are all covered up. No dust is getting in there. So you can rest easy. So at this point, we are pretty much good to trim, which brings us to our safety segment of the day. So, using a Dremel on a Wii, you're going to spin up a lot of dust, and you're going to send various bits of things flying everywhere, including your eyes. So you're going to want safety glasses or goggles. I would highly recommend a mask or a respirator, because the dust is, I mean, it's like straight up fiberglass and solder and motherboard. It is very like giga toxic. I'd recommend doing it outdoors, just so that you're not dusting up your workspace. I'm going to have a shop vac right here to do it indoors, which should help with most of the dust. Oh, and I shouldn't need to say this, but you should wear a shirt when you trim a Wii. And I would definitely recommend long sleeves. I'm going to put on a long sleeve shirt. A few months back, there was a kid who came in and was like, "Hey guys, I cut myself with my Dremel while I was trimming a Wii." And he managed to cut himself in the stomach with his Dremel because he wasn't wearing a shirt while trimming his Wii. So, if you needed to be told that, you probably shouldn't be working with power tools, but you've now been told. You cannot blame me if you trim your Wii without wearing a shirt. But yeah, let me get everything all set up for trimming really quick. Now here, let's plug in a diamond wheel. Hate to laugh, but that's kind of funny. I mean, it is something. I'll give you that much. Anyways, he got flamed pretty hard after he said that. But yeah, that was a new one. Oh, and I'll talk about proper dremeling technique while I get set up. So the way a Dremel works is it spins really fast, like thousands of times per minute. And so the way you cut through something is by going slow and steady, and just kind of moving at a nice slow speed. Don't use a lot of force with the Dremel. Don't push in. Don't like twist it when it's inside. Just kind of let the Dremel go where it's gonna go. Nice and slow around all the edges. Better to go too slow than too fast. If the Dremel is feeling kind of stuck or not moving, like carefully pull it out. 'Cause sometimes it'll like skip. It'll like bounce. It'll get stuck on something. It'll bounce up. And you don't want that bouncing up into you or into your board. Because if it like bounces up and like lands right here, that could be really bad. You could damage your Wii motherboard. Better than damaging you, I suppose. But yeah. So that's proper dremeling technique. Don't use force. That's the main thing. That's not going to help you. That's not going to trim your Wii faster or better. Okay. This packaging is super cheap and always a little bit of a pain to get a new wheel out, but you know what? I'll take that rather than spend 20 or 30 bucks for a single wheel. Okay. Although one nice thing about official Dremel wheels is they use the easy lock system. So it's super easy to swap out new blades or different types of blades or whatnot. Okay. Go ahead and insert. This one might be one of the weird bent ones I was talking about earlier. Hang on, let me plug it in. Okay, I'm gonna spin it at a low speed. Oh no, okay, it's spinning flat. Usually if you held it like this, you could like see it wobbling up and down if it was a bent one. But that looks perfectly fine. Okay, let's not get tangled up with my soldering iron wire. Alright, so our Dremel is all set up and good to go. Let's see, I'm going to clear out things that I don't want to risk getting dust on. Toss all this. Easy lock is so nice. Yes, it is very, very convenient. All of my other, like, Dremel cutting wheels that I have for other stuff, those are all easy lock wheels. But since the diamond ones are so expensive, I just use the cheapo Amazon off-brand ones. Okay. Put this out here. Okay. Now, shop vac. Around here. See, which way does my Dremel spin? Okay, it's going to shoot all the dust this way, so that's good. Okay, I got to look at my back. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to say before I mute my mic. Because we're going to mute my mic while I trim. Because it's just going to be vacuum and Dremel sounds, and you guys don't want to listen to that. Oh, wait, let me actually put on all my safety stuff. Hang on. Okay, where are my safety glasses? I usually keep them up here, but I remember I used them because I was dremeling something outside. So where did I put them? Oh, here they are. Okay, safety glasses. Oh, okay. These are the respirators I use. I don't know if they're the best, but they should do a fine enough job. Certainly better than nothing. Of keeping weed dust out of your lungs. Alright. I'll check on a long sleeve. I've got my work hoodie that I'll throw on when I'm working with resin or weed trimming or whatnot, but I don't care if it gets all dusty and dirty. This is a cheap hoodie that I do not wear anywhere. Okay. Alright, why did I do that? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute up. Move my mic over here. sure it's actually... Alright, mic is going to be muted. I will be back in about 5 minutes. Enjoy the trail. Okay. We should be back now. Sorry to suffer through 2 minutes of a remix. Hopefully it wasn't that bad. Okay. Back to chill Donkey Kong music. Okay. So that was the Wii trim. You notice that once I was done, I ran around the edges. With this wheel, it has kind of like rough like edges around it that are kind of meant for like sanding. At least that's what I assume they are. And so I use that just kind of help with some preemptive cleanup. I also forgot to mention that I was going to trim out this square. So this square is called the MX chip. In fact, actually, let me... Okay, here we go. We don't need our U10 box anymore. We're all done with that. Yeah, oh, perfect. So it's already on MX relocation. So you can see the red lines there. If you want to use the MX chip, which gives back a real-time clock and let some emulators and programs work, they'll need to cut this section out and relocate it later. So we'll go over the relocating part of this later. But I forgot to draw the trim lines, so I just went off of memory. Hopefully I didn't mess it up too bad. We're probably fine. Hey, Wesk. Okay, so next up is the sanding process. So a while back at the start of the stream, we were talking about Wiis. I mentioned how some Wiis are 4 layers, and some Wiis are 6 layers. So once we're done sanding, you might be able to see the layers a little better. But right now we kind of have a mess along the edges of our board. All the board layers are kind of smeared together and might be shorted out. So what we need to do is we need to sand down all the layers really, really well so that isn't a concern. So that way all the layers are nice and distinct and we aren't shorting our voltage layer to a data line layer and causing us all sorts of headaches for ourselves. So I mentioned earlier that I recommended 220, 400, and 800 grits. And then if you've got it, or if you're willing to buy one extra pack, I'd recommend like 120 or 160 grit sandpaper. Just because that'll help speed it up at the start. 120, all my sandpapers under my desk. 400, 120, 220. And I would be lying if I said it was nice and organized. Come on, where's 220? No way I ran out. I'm using the same pack for so long. Oh, there's my other multimeter. Oh, here we go. Okay, well, I found the multimeter I was looking for. It's underneath the desk. Imagine not relocating the MX chip and missing out on Animal Crossing? Yes. So that's the kind of game the MX chip is important for. Okay. I think I've got everything. So this is 120 grit sandpaper. And so I've left myself plenty of room around most of the edges. So I'm just going to kind of start by just doing this. To get a nice, like, rough sanding done. Try to not put a bunch of pressure on the chips, so don't like hold it by the chips when you're sanding. It's not a great idea to do that. I'll do this, just kind of preemptively get everything nice and flat. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention before I started trimming. So along those trim lines I drew, if you cut through any components while doing that, don't worry, we're going to deal with that later. Anything you might be cutting through is not important, and we're going to remove any later anyways. So that is not a concern. But if you do cut through something, you want to make sure you remove that part, because having something cut in half could cause issues. But that's something for after we're done trimming. Also, if you have like a belt sander or something, that can really help when doing this initial cleanup stuff. I don't have a belt sander, so I'm using my hands. But yeah, any type of sandpaper should work. Just make sure they're the right grits. But I think I just used whatever brand Home Depot has. I'm not too passionate about my sandpaper, as long as it sands. Belt sander is go. That's how my trim lines are so fine. Yeah, I believe it. You're not out here using your hands like us cavemen. Okay, here. And then I'm going to use my 120 grit and do a little bit of sanding by hand. So if you don't know how sandpaper works, the number next to the grit of your sandpaper indicates how coarse or fine it is. So with sandpaper, the lower the number is, the more coarse it is, the rougher it is. And so that's why we start with the low grits. And then we work our way up through the fine grits to help make our board edges even more smooth. Just 100% ensure that everything is all good. We're not going to short anything out. Some Wiis trims might cut like inwards here. And if you have any trims that go inwards and there's sort of like a weird angle inside of your trim, you need to spend a lot of time sanding that portion of the board. And it's kind of a pain to sand because you have to work your sandpaper in there for a while. But those are the most likely points for shorts after you're done sanding. But yeah, I didn't know anything about sandpaper until I started trimming Wiis. That was the first time I ever had to like use specific sandpaper for something. Do you sand at a 90-degree angle? So I know some people will sand at like, I think like 45 degrees or something along here. That supposedly helps make it easier to tell if your layers are shorted together or not. I personally just go 90 degrees flat edges of board because that's what I've always done. I don't really know if one method or the other is better for beginners. I just like the flat method better. I think it looks nicer. And generally, if you run through all the grits, you can tell if you've sanded enough or not. It's never really been a mystery for me. Because once you sand all the way through, if some part isn't sanded well enough, it'll look different, and you'll be able to tell easily. I do the 45, then finish up with a 90? Alright, that's fair. Although I guess you have the belt sander, so spending more time sanding isn't quite as big of a deal. Make sure you sand your corners as well. Okay. I think I started along this edge. So we're almost done with our 120 grit. And then you also notice I've left the chips taped up. Just because we're building up a little more dust here. I don't really want, don't want to risk anything. Okay, let's hit up all my corners one last time. Oh, Wesk, do you have a diagram somewhere of like what trim is recommended for an Ishida? Because I think the standard one is fine. It's just that the batteries, at least in my case, I had issues getting the batteries to fit without loosening up the motherboard. Unless I trimmed more aggressively along the these sides of it. But the standard trim does work if you just loosen up the Wii motherboard before you put them in. Okay. Okay, now we're going to move on to 220 grit. And every grit from here on out should be shorter now that I have my edges all like rounded and cleaned up. It also wouldn't be a bad idea to wear a respirator during this, since you're kicking up more dust, but as long as you're careful, it's probably not a huge deal. The AV side of the board does need to be trimmed slightly more, but not much. Okay. I guess I just didn't trim enough on my old trim, or the trim I used recently. Alright. And so then in the event that you're trimming a 6-layer board, you're going to want to use higher grit sandpaper past 800. I think I'd recommend going up to like 2000. So there are 6-layer boards, they are much more likely to have shorts along the edges after you trim. So you want to really clean that up as best you can. Okay. I always forget where I start sanding. I think we're getting close. Now it's going to be hard for me to show on camera, but as I sand, I am able to tell that the board edges are getting smoother. And every time you use a different grit of sandpaper, it'll get a slightly more, like, I don't know, if little glossy, a little shiny maybe. It'll have a different look to it, so you can tell as you're making progress. Okay, so 220 grit down. That's 320. Where's my 400 grit? gonna start along the long side this time. I'm trying to think if there's anything like trimming or sanding related that I should bring up. Maybe I should have spent more time showing off the Wii trimming guide, because understanding that is really important for after you trim. But we'll be spending plenty of time on that as I showcase all the different relocations. Oh, okay, those are Wiis, that's fine. Okay, gonna touch it up. One more little thing. Hitting all the corners. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, there's no way you guys are gonna be able to see the edge. Best thing to listen to while sanding? I don't know. Ah, okay. So now that I've done the 400 grit sandpaper, I can see along this edge, I've got a couple of spots that look a bit suspect. They are not all nice and smooth like they should be. And sometimes there'll be like little lines in your sand, or like along the edge. But you need to check the top, because sometimes it's just there's a via there. So there's going to be a little bit of a divot. There's a via here. There's a few vias I've sanded into here. But I've got a couple spots right here that I need to sand down more with some higher grit sandpaper. So I'm going to go back to 220 real quick and just really pound those edges real quick. Because those spots are prime candidates for shorts, potentially. I'm just going to sand this part really, really well. But they essentially look like scars along the side of the board. And you can kind of tell that my Dremel has been there. So that's how I know I need to sand more right here. Okay, I buffed one of them out. Now the other. Okay. I think that's all good. So now I'm going to go back over with my 400 grit sandpaper. Okay, yep, no more scars. All good. I really should get a microscope at some point so I can actually show this stuff and not just try and talk through it. Okay. One last sweep. Are those sweeps? Okay. So we're done with 400 grit. Now we just need to touch it up with some 800 grit sandpaper. And we'll be good to start running some checks. Also, just for reference, this line I drew on the top of the board was not in the right spot. That is too far in. Don't cut where I drew that line. Make sure you reference the actual definitive Wii trimming guidelines. Because if I would have cut there from the top, I would have potentially cut through the NAND, which would have been bad. But that's why I used the bottom for knowing where to cut, because I know where everything's at on the bottom. So now after using the 800 grit, you should be able to see the edge of your board should look super, super clean. And if you look closely, you'll be able to see where all the layers are. The top two layers are right next to each other, and the bottom two layers are right next to each other. So that's why sanding is so important. Okay. I think that should... Oh. Okay. Pretend I repeated the sanding process on the MX chip. I've got a different MX chip right here that's already sanded. We'll use that one. But yeah, sanding process for the MX chip is the same thing. Run through all your grits. Make sure the edges are nice and clean. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of cleanup. Hang on. I'm gonna go wash my hands. Oh, actually, here, let's go ahead while my hands are already dirty. We're gonna go ahead and take our tape off now. See a nice line where the tape was, so there's no dust. And then we'll take isopropyl alcohol, and we will just brush all the dust out. This might also remove the remaining like Sharpie lines we drew earlier. Which always bugs me if there are trim lines on still on a trimmed Wii. Just wipe them off, man. Back of the board looks pretty clean, but I'll go ahead and wipe it down anyways. That Sharpie is all coming right up. Gonna let that dry. I'm gonna go run and wash my hands real quick. Actually, wait. Let me get my Dremel unplugged. So that doesn't surprise us later. Wipe down the desk while we're at it. Okay, so next up, we're gonna go ahead and hook up voltage regulators to our Wii, and we're gonna actually test our trim to make sure it works. And then after that, I'm gonna walk through, I think 4 or 5 of the different things you can relocate on a Wii. I'm gonna do all of the essential things, and then I'll do a couple of the optional ones that I think are worth it. And then I'll talk about some of the optional ones that I don't think are worth it, and I'll explain why. But I'll also talk about why you might want to consider doing them. If there are specific features or things you're interested in. Okay. Alright, I'll go wash my hands one more time. Be right back. Okay. And honestly, it might be worth like wearing gloves while you're trimming your Wiis and sanding so you don't like get dust all over your hands. But I don't know, when I'm using the Dremel, I prefer to feel everything rather than have something in between me and the Dremel. But gloves would make the process a little cleaner. Wi-Fi relocation is very important so we can play COD online. Yep, that is so true. But yeah, Wi-Fi relocation is one of the ones I won't be demoing today. Because it just doesn't have a whole lot of utility. It has some very niche use cases, and there are definitely some people who it will be worth it for them to relocate it. But at this time, your average user will get no value and just a big headache out of trying to relocate Wi-Fi. Okay. We're all cleaned up. So here is our nice, lovely Wii trim. Our edges are all cleaned up. We cleaned all the dust off of it for the most part. And so we want to run a few checks on it before we wire up power to it. So the first checks we want to run is we want to, oh, hang on, I've got not a slide, but I got something for this. Let's see, was it these? Yeah, here we go. Gonna go backwards. Here we go. So this diagram right below me is the voltage diagram. So this shows all the different voltages on the Wii motherboard and where they're located. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our multimeter and we're gonna measure our resistances between each of the voltages and ground. So we're going to start with 3.3 volts. Wait, it's in hold mode. Whoops. Okay. Oh, here, let me zoom out. Put my multimeter in frame. Okay, you can't really read the screen, can you? Okay, whatever. I'll just tell you what the numbers are. You'll have to believe me. So on 3.3 volts, I'm just going to check in continuity mode first. So I get a nice number, which is good. And then I'll set my multimeter to 20,000 ohms. And so I'm measuring... Oh, number's going up. So the number's... Oh, no, it's still... Okay, I'm measuring at least 15,000 ohms on 3.3 volts between that and ground. Which is good. That means 3.3 volts and ground are not connected together. And now I'll do that on 1.8 volts. So 1.8 volts, I get a considerably lower number. I'm measuring about 37 ohms between 1.8 volts and ground, which is low, but that is normal for the 1.8 volt line. It has a low resistance. Next, we will check our 1 volt line, which is right here. Let's see. I'm measuring about 230 ohms on the 1 volt line, which I think is normal. Next, we're going to measure 1.15 volts. That's about 38 ohms. It's also normal for the 1.15 volt line to be pretty low. And then for sanity, I'm just going to check that 1.15 and 1.8 are not shorted together, since they have similar resistance values to ground, but they are not shorted together. So this means all of my voltage lines are playing within their own lanes. They aren't merging into each other's lanes and causing issues. Which means that I probably did a good enough job sanding. It's not a guarantee that you're done sanding and you don't have any shorts along the edges, but it's just a good to start with check. Okay. So the thing we're going to do next is I mentioned earlier that if you cut through components, that's totally fine, but you're going to want to remove those after you trim. So like up here, I kind of clipped through the edges of some of these. So I'm going to remove all of those. I think that's it on the top. On the bottom, I clipped this. I'm probably just going to remove this with my hot air gun. And this resistor. Yeah, I might just hot air a bunch of stuff off. Alright. I'll start by removing all these little resistors and capacitors off the top. Oh, and one important thing to note is that it's important to measure your resistances, like I just did, before you hook up your voltage regulators. Because hooking up your voltage regulators will change your resistance values. So you want to measure your resistance values while your Wii is isolated from everything else. Or else you might get some weird numbers or something that isn't quite right. And if you want to check your resistance values against like what other people have gotten, if you run a Google search for NOLD, N-O-L-D, Wii resistance thread, bit built, NOLD made like a little Excel sheet that you can plug all of your resistances into. And then you can check those against what other people have gotten in the past to make sure you're in the right range. Because not every Wii is going to have identical resistances across every voltage line, but they should be pretty close in general. Okay, those are all gone. So I did clip the audio amp a little bit, which is fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna bust out my hot air gun. That will speed things up. Everything right here, nothing right here is important. So you feel free to blast all of this off if that interests you. This is the audio preamp, or this black one is the audio preamp for the Wii. Okay, my cat has returned. The shot vac scared her off for a bit. See if she's here to yell or not. I'll just get rid of everything real quick. Over here. And then try and not get solder along the edges of the board, because that can cause like the shorts that we were trying to avoid earlier. So avoid that as best you can. But that should be all the components off of the edges of the board for now. And my Wii motherboard is very hot right now, so we're going to let it cool off for a sec. So I relocated the U10 earlier. I showed how to do that. So at this point, if you're using a Wii PMS or RVL PMS 2 or an RVL PMS Lite, now is the time that you should put this wire into place, your U10 wire. And then you just want to leave like a free hanging wire that's fairly long off of it for now. But yeah, let's go ahead and bust out the PMS, because that's what I'm going to be using for testing today. Because I'd imagine that's probably going to be what most people choose to test with if they're building a portable. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do a little bit of soldering to this guy. Probably wait for the Wii to cool down. So I'd recommend doing a thorough look over of all the diagrams of the RVL PMS on 4Layer Tech site. That'll explain what every single pad on here is and what they're for. So I'm going to go ahead and just tin a bunch of pads that we're going to need to solder to later. We're going to need 1.8 volts. We'll need a ground pad. We'll need 5 volts eventually. The U10 pad, something most people are going to use. Battery positive and battery negative are important. Skip all of that for now. There are a bunch of 3.3 volt pads. We're going to need some of those. 1 volt. 1.5 volts. And another ground pad for good measure. And so then to power the PMS, you can't use like a normal power supply. It runs off of batteries. You need to use batteries with it, even for just testing. And so I have got... Okay, I had got... Here we go. So I've got this little like battery holder set up. If this isn't required, it's just a nice way to like just drop batteries in and pull them out when I need to test. If you're building like an Ashita or a G-Boy, you can also just mount your battery clips into the case and just use that as your nice battery holder. That's totally fine. Oh. Okay, I have... Kitty, you can't go out right now. Shut up. Okay. Red wire is battery plus. I don't know why I wired them on the like opposite sides. I'm sorry about my cat. She might be yelling for a while. She loves to go outside, but she's not a very smart cat, so she can't go outside on her own. She already went outside today, so... That is ugly. I don't like this. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're gonna clip and re-strip this. Actually, no. I'm gonna redo this while I'm here. This is gonna drive me nuts if I have these wires crossing over each other. Yeah, it's only gonna take like 30 seconds too. But yeah, okay, here we go. Now I put this one over here. But battery orientation is very important on the PMS. If you flip your batteries, you can destroy the PMS. And it is an expensive thing to destroy. So, be careful. Battery polarity matters quite a bit. Okay, there we go. Not ashamed of that. Also, in order to turn on the PMS, it needs a power button or a power switch. Do I just have like a random tack switch with some wires sticking off of it somewhere? I usually have one laying around for this. Oh, here we go. I'll yoink it off of my usual Wii testing setup. This is the voltage regulator board for the Weeboy color. I think that's the last working one I have. So there's a BTN pad on the PMS, which stands for button. That's where the power button goes. So you wire up one side of your tack switch to button, and the other side of it to ground. Oh, wait, there's a ground pad right there. So I'm not going to break down all of the wiring related to the PMS today. I'm just going to wire it up as I would for testing stuff. But there's a whole bunch of stuff you can solder to it. And I go through all of that stuff in like in all my videos where I build a full portable. So that stuff is all important, but covered in plenty of other VODs. Okay. Wiis is cooled down. Check along my edges real quick. Okay, I don't think we gooped any solder into places it shouldn't be. Okay, so since I have U10 relocated, all I need to do now is connect my voltages and then connect up video somehow. So we will start with our voltages. Just gonna cut a bunch of different colors of wire. I like to use the same colors and every voltage across portables. I use green for 3.3 volts, blue for 1.15, white for 1.8, yellow for 1 volt, black for ground, red for battery stuffs, but do whatever makes you happy. Okay, white. And ground. Oh boy, now it's all tangled. And then I'm going to use my quick strippers, because these are great for nice thick wire like this. And then when you're stripping wires, you only want to strip off like a little bit. So like you can see here, I've stripped off some. Enough that I can get some nice solder to it. And there'll be plenty for it to grip to along like a leg of the Wii. But not so much that I just have bare wire poking out for no reason. That is a big no-no in any soldering really, but especially portables. Some people have some really nasty, long stripped wires coming out of their like Wii PMSs, and that is a frequent point of failure. Okay, I'm gonna do good soldering habits here. I'm not gonna solder to this right above the PMS, because that is a great way to drop a big fat solder blob on top of your PMS and potentially ruin a $90 board. Yeah. So I got 5 wires to 10. We're gonna pound through those real quick. Oh wait, this is a different Donkey Kong playlist. Hang on. I think we've been listening to Donkey Kong music for like 3 hours. Hang on, let me restart it. Okay, one last wire. So one of the things I struggled with most when I was first getting into like Wii modding and Wii trimming was soldering to the Wii. Both the vias as well as the big voltage pads. So before you solder your wires up, you want to make some nice pads to solder to. So a good 3.3 volt one is right here. You can see in the picture in the red. It's a lower pin right here. So the way I do it is I get a little bit of solder on my iron. I press that to the pad for a couple seconds, and then I just feed in a little more solder. And you can see I get a nice pad out of that. Wii voltage pads take a fair amount of heat for the solder to actually melt and stick to properly. So don't be afraid to leave your iron on it for a few seconds. So this big pad right here is 1.8 volts. It's the purple pads up there. So I'll feed in some solder there. The top of this capacitor right here is 1 volt. So feed on some solder, let it heat up for a few seconds. Just kind of feed it into there. Got a nice pad. 1.15 volts I'll get from right here. Ooh, whoops. That's fine. A little bit of solder. Squish. Feed more solder. A little bit more. There we go. And then for ground, so all of these little golden circles, that's all just ground. But I wouldn't recommend soldering up a ground wire to the front part of these because these are our screw posts. So these need to be nice and flat for our board to sit right. But this one here, I don't know of any portables that actually use this screw post. So turning one of these into a nice ground pad will work just fine. Alright, now we hook up our wires to the Wii. So 1.15 volts. Again, you'll notice the amount of silver I have on my wire. Let me zoom in. It's not much. It's enough for the pad, and that's about it. Nothing else sticking out. It's not going to be shortened to anything unless I'm really being goofy. Volt, or 1.8 volts. And then lastly, this one. Alrighty. So voltage wires are all hooked up. So we will now connect them to the PMS. So look at all the labels on the PMS to know which voltage is which. 3.3 volts is over here. I just kind of guessed at how long my wires needed to be for this part. Wire length isn't too important since we're just testing. I would recommend keeping all of your voltage wires under like 6 inches at the most. Longer wires will not help. And long wires introduce more resistance the longer they get, which generally isn't a huge issue in portables. Like, you aren't running wires that long, but it is good practice to keep your wires reasonably short. Okay, ground wire is a little twisted up, but that's fine. So just to double check, 1.15 volts should go here. It does. 1.8 volts should go here. It does. 3.3 goes here. 1 volt goes here. Ground goes here. So at this point, our voltage regulators, Wii PMS, is all hooked up to our Wii. We have our power button to turn our Wii PMS on. And so that is all we need, aside from our video output. So we need some way... Oh, my webcam fell. Oh. Okay, this is awkward. So my webcam line was running like into my cat... No, cat cam for a sec. So you'll notice she is sitting on the wire right now. Yeah? You got anything to say for the camera? But now my webcam is like a few inches too short Okay, we're going to be a little tilted for now. That's the sacrifice we make for Kitty. So what's the difference between the PMS Lite and the PMS2? PMS Lite doesn't have a 1.8 volt regulator, so you don't remove this part, and it's going to be a little less efficient on that line. And PMS Lite, what's the other thing? Oh, it's not quite as accurate at telling you what your battery life is, which isn't the end of the world. It still gives a pretty good approximation, but the PMS2 should be dead accurate at virtually every time. So, the way I hook up video is a long time ago, I desoldered a video port off of a Wii. And so I just connect composite to the video port, and then I just run these wires to the Wii. Alternatively, you can like go to like a thrift store and grab like any sort of like AV cable, and like I would cut off the port here, and then you can solder composite to a composite point on the Wii. One important thing to note, when you're running composite video out of a trimmed Wii, you also need to run a ground wire to your port and to an adjacent video signal. So, because the screen needs like 2 points of reference to like understand what the composite signal, or a point of reference to understand what the composite signal is. So that's important. So the easiest composite point to solder to is this pad right here along the edge of the board. I trimmed in a little closer because that's what I'm used to. You can leave more of that pad intact on most portables, unless it specifically requires you to cut further in right here. So I know that the bottom of this capacitor right here, I know that is a ground signal. So I'm going to hook composite to there. And then our ground wire to here. Okay. So in theory, something smells weird. I don't know. Hopefully a hair just got in the soldering iron or something. Oh yeah, and then I'll just hook up the normal Wii AV cable up to here. Okay. So in theory, I should be able to just drop in a battery into here, and then hold this button for a few seconds, and that screen should turn black. So let me grab a battery. This holder is meant for 18650s. That's the size of the cell. Okay, this battery's at about 3.56 volts, which is pretty low for an 18650. But it should be enough for a boot, in theory. Okay. Make sure when you're putting in your battery, like just triple check, make sure your orientation is right. The small end, that's battery positive. Big end, that's battery negative. This red wire is battery positive. Oh, wait. Oh, dang it. Okay. I put a PMS Lite into a PMS2 baggie. Okay, hang on. Glad I noticed that. PMS Lite. Yeah, that's actually a PMS Lite. PMS Lite. No, this is a PMS. Okay. Apparently I put a PMS Lite into a PMS2 baggie and a PMS2 into a PMS Lite baggie. So we gotta swap really quick. Because I need the 1.8 volt regulator. This should only take a minute or two though. I've already got my wires all cut. Battery plus, battery minus, button. Okay. I'm going to solder everything on here. Oh, hang on. Wait, I figured something out today. Okay. Okay, there we go. This is our first channel prediction. So you can now bet all of your channel points, or some of them, on whether or not the Wii will boot first try. So when I hook up the Wii to a battery, and I hold that power button for 3 seconds, and the PMS actually turns on, will I actually get a Wii that boots? Or am I going to need to do more troubleshooting? I mean, you got to consider I've trimmed close to 100 Wiis before. You know, I've built so many portables. But you know, sometimes it doesn't boot first try. Sometimes I forget something. So that is up to you to cast your votes. Potentially win big. I will say, I've been on a roll. These last 2 streams, when I've had Wii trims, they have booted up first try. But I know in the past that has not happened. So okay, I'm gonna set the PMS light off to the side. Okay, people have a lot of faith in my abilities. Okay, now I'm gonna reconnect my button. Point 3 volts. Ground. 0.15 volts. Okay, yeah. I should have realized this was a PMS. I was using a PMS light, not a PMS2, when I saw the 1.8 volt pad, but just went all in on my friend's failure? That's terrible. I will always trust. Well, that's good. We need some trusters in here. Not these friends, so-called, who stab me in the back. Alright. Just checking for sanity again. Okay. All my voltage wires are going to the right spot. Video is still connected. Alright, let's drop in a battery and give it a whirl. Got the right orientation. Alright. The screen goes black. The believers win. Uh-oh. Who went all in on no? Who did that? Surely no friend of mine would do that. So that text, that's what we saw earlier when we were running tests before we trimmed. So this means that our Wii does boot. It is all good. So I'm going to go ahead and power it back off. And so that is great. That means that we did a good job sanding. That means our voltages are all good. And that means we are good to proceed with other relocations. All right. Now I gotta pay out. Let's see, how do I do this? Choose prediction outcome. Will the Wii boot first try? Choose outcome. Yes. Complete prediction. Yes is the correct outcome. Alright. Yeah, there go your points. You're never getting that free portable, man. You can't doubt me like that. Alright. So, I'm going to go ahead and leave all of this. Oh, here we can switch back now. Let's switch back to here. So from here on out, we are just going to be connecting up random odds and ends to the Wii. And we are slowly going to go from a Wii that can only output a no USB screen to a Wii that has virtually all of the features of a normal Wii. Oh, one thing to mention is I did turn on the Wii without connecting up like a heatsink or a fan or anything. You can do that for really brief tests, like the one I just did where it's like, does it turn on? You don't need any sort of cooling system. It'll be okay. But if you're going to run the Wii longer than a minute or two, where to go? You can just literally just take like... whatever. Like I've got these heat sinks lying around. I'll sometimes just like use these, just slap like one right here. And then that's fine for like slightly longer tests. Like if you're going for like 10 minutes, that's fine. But if you're going to be running the Wii for extended periods of time, make sure you've got either a very big heat sink or a heat sink and a fan like you'd have in a portable. Wiis are pretty resilient to heat, so that's not too much of a worry, but it's good practice. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and desolder the video port for now, because it's going to just, I'll just unplug it. It'll be fine. There we go. Okay, so the next thing we're going to work on, I believe... Oh, okay, yeah. So this diagram right here and this one show different video spots. So yellow is composite. You can see those on the definitive Wii trimming guide. Be sure to check that out so you can see those diagrams in full res and all the detail. But those are how I know where to connect up composite to. And we'll use these later when we're connecting up VGA. Oh, another thing to mention is when you're testing stuff, you should always use composite and not VGA or component. You just want a nice simple video signal, so that gives you fewer things that could be wrong if things aren't working right. Okay, here we go. This is what we want. So the first relocation we're going to do is USB, because you need to relocate USB for your Wii to do anything. You can't do much from the RVLoader, like no USB screen. And so this diagram here, I'll pull up another Wii for reference. So you can see the USB ports here. And so those run into our trim line. So there are two pairs of vias that you can relocate USB to. There's a top pair here and a bottom pair here. Can I zoom in more? A little bit. You can also see them on the diagram. They're the green and gray pins. So the green pins in the diagram represent data plus. The dark pins represent data minus. And then for a USB port, you also need 5 volts and you need ground. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wire up a little USB port. That's a fine way to test. I would recommend using whatever solution you're going to be using in your final portable. So if you're going to be using a PMS PD from 4-Layer Tech, that has USB built into it. So be using that USB port, and you'll just need to wire that up to your PMS and then run your 2 data lines over. That makes more sense if you look at their diagrams rather than just listening to me. But I'm just going to use a straight USB port for now. If I can figure out where I put it. Here we go. Yeah, I got to pull it off. Oh, here you go. Wes, if you're still here, this is my... So some community members have been running tests about undervolting Wiis to cut down on power consumption and heat output. So Wesk has been heading up that operation. So this is a setup board I've got for tweaking the outputs of my voltage regulators to see how low I can go. Unfortunately, one of my regs is busted. I don't know which one, but it's causing the Wii to crash frequently without even undervolting. So I need to resolve that. I've got some new regs in the mail, so I can fix that at some point. But I'm going to yoink the USB drive off of this for now. Go. Oh, no. Sorry, data lines. Alright, farewell. When are we taking this to a TED Talk? I don't know if it's quite motivational enough. But hopefully it's informative. That's what I'm going for. Okay. So, one end. So I know this green wire is ground. Make sure you don't wire up your USB port backwards. That probably won't damage the Wii or your USB. Well, it might damage your USB drive. The Wii will probably tank it. But unless your USB drive is incredibly strong and has all sorts of safety measures that no sane USB user would need, it might break if you flip 5 volts in ground. But I know this side of the capacitor is ground, so connect that there. And then this red wire needs to go to 5 volts on the PMS. Oh, one thing to note is when we were talking about Wii voltages earlier, I mentioned 5 volts as one of the voltages that the Wii uses. But when you trim a Wii, the Wii doesn't need 5 volts anymore. The only things that need 5 volts are some peripherals. So like USB is probably going to need 5 volts. Your screen might need 5 volts depending on what kind of screen you're using. So, yeah, that's what you would use 5 volts for. But at no point do you ever wire 5 volts from the PMS directly to your Wii. Even if some of the voltage diagrams on the Wii trimming guide show where 5 volts is, that's just for reference. You don't actually need that. Oh, and rumble. Yeah, if you're going to use controller rumble, depending on the rumble motor you're using, some of those will run off of 3.3 volts just fine. But yes, that is another potential use case for 5 volts. Okay, so with the USB data wires, it's important to note that those wires, 2 wires, need to be twisted together very tightly. That's because USB is a differential signal, so the 2 signals, I don't really know what that means. They're big friends. They need to stay together very tightly, or else interference is likely. And you don't want interference on your USB line. That will cause all sorts of issues later on. So the best way to twist wire is to twist it with like a Dremel or a drill. That's what I use, but I twist a lot at a time, so I've got a baggie just kind of filled with miscellaneous twisted wire. So I'm just going to pull from that for now. But there are a few things that twisted wire is really good for in a portable. I sounded so confident up until I don't know what this means. I mean, I know it's a differential signal. What I think that means is like the signal is like inverted. It like runs up one way and then it's like inverted on the other side. I don't know how that helps with interference, but I believe that's what it means. But yeah, I don't know. All I know is that if you don't twist the wires together, you have problems. If you do twist the wires together, you are less likely to have problems. That's what most of my portabilizing knowledge is. Again, I'm not an electrical engineer. I don't really know what I'm doing most of the time. I know how to solder pretty well. I've gotten good at that. But if you're looking for technical explanations, I'm not the guy you want to talk to. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and tin this wire, or both ends of this wire. Trying to think if there's anything else that's kind of quirky about USB. The twisted data lines is what trips people up most often. Don't try and twist your wire by hand. It probably won't be tight enough, and that's way harder than using a drill or a Dremel. And if you're trimming a Wii, I know you got a Dremel. Don't try and tell me you don't got one. But okay. And then generally, when I have to solder something from the Wii to something else, I like to connect it to the Wii first. Just so I have the most flexibility with my wire, it makes it the easiest. So then by referencing the diagram, I like to use the port that's closer to the little screw post here. I don't know if that's USB port 0 or not. I think it might be. It probably is. Maybe not. I'm lying. I don't know. But I'm going to use... I can see that the wire or the port closer or higher up on the diagram is the positive end, and the one that's lower is USB negative. So just out of habit, I use red positive, green negative in just about everything I do. Oh, also the switch of wire I've got is 2 different colors. I have 2 different kinds of 34 gauge magnet wire. So having 2 different colors is nice to have, because then when you're twisting wires or running a bunch of wires from one spot to another, it's pretty easy to tell which signal is which. But you can get away with just using one. You're just gonna have to use your multimeter a lot to check which wire is which. Okay, hang on. I need to actually strip these a little more. They aren't going into the hole very well. What if I want to cut the motherboard with a bandsaw or even a hacksaw? I wouldn't recommend it. Bandsaw might work okay, but you're going to kick up so much dust doing that. Because you're going to have to like cut through all sorts of weird stuff to get to it. Hacksaw, I think people have used hacksaw in the past. Can't really say how well it's worked. I don't know if anyone's ever used a hacksaw and gotten a working trim out of it, but another silly method is people have used belt sanders in the past on motherboards, where they have literally just sanded out everything to get their trim. Although at that point it's not really a trim, it's more of a sand. And so once again, I'm going to use the same technique I used to wire up U10, or to get the U10 wire into place. I'm going to get the one of the wires into the hole. I'm going to grab my flux. Where's my flux? Or a pair of very sharp craft scissors? You joke, but I believe Boku D, back in the day, trimmed a Wii with a pair of scissors. I think he actually got it to work. Boku D was known for using all sorts of wild and jank setups. He once managed to snap an entire NAND chip in half. I don't remember how he did that. But you know what, he ended up turning out okay. He built some cool portables, he made some cool projects. I haven't seen him around in a while. I think he has moved on to other things. But he has some classic jank stories surrounding him. Okay, and now I'm going to get my other data wire into the hole. I'll put on another little drop of flex for good measure. Sounds like something Wesk would do? I don't know. Wesk showed up with a nice air of competency around him, I would say. Wesk is also a fully grown adult. So he has access to nice tools and such. Okay, the other data line is nice and soldered on. So now I need to connect up to here. Oh, I mean sanding the motherboard down? Well, he does like his belt sander. But I think the person who used the belt sander was Crash Bash. Although I think he did that a long time ago. Back in like Mod Retro or Shock Slayer forum days. Back before the BitBuilt forums existed. Okay. So I know the USB pin out goes 5 volts, data negative, data positive, ground. So I'm reasonably certain I've connected that up properly. So at this point, my USB port is all hooked up. So we're going to go ahead and just run another test. I don't think we'll run a prediction this time. I don't think we're going to do it for every relocation we do. Yeah. So I've got Where did I put it? Oh, here we go. So this is my test USB drive. It's a very cheap AliExpress USB to micro SD converter that I'm probably going to harvest parts off of in the future for a nice little converter and a portable. But I know it's compatible with Wiis, and a lot of USBs kind of struggle. Oh, I should talk about USB compatibility. That's important. So the Wii, unfortunately, is very picky about what USB drives it works with. So when you're initially soft modding your Wii, I would recommend like try every USB drive you've got. You might get lucky and the first one you've got will work. And then when you're going for a portable and you need a permanent USB drive inside of it, the SanDisk Ultra Fit, once you have RVLoader installed, is supposed to be the one that will work consistently and work with everything. So that is SanDisk Ultra Fit. I think it might be like 3.0 or something. I don't know. Whichever one they're on now. Oh, let me hook up my video port. Let's not forget that. Okay, battery's in. We're going to power it up. And this time we should hopefully get to the RVLoader main menu and not the USB error screen. There we go. So that's a good sign. That means that our USB drive is wired up correctly. So yeah, we're going to move on to the next relocation. Let's see, back to top down. Okay. And then, oh, another important thing, whenever you're not testing, just remove the battery. And you're like going to be soldering to the Wii and stuff, take the battery completely out of the system. You don't want battery power flowing through anything while you're soldering. Just as a precaution. Because if it turns on accidentally while you're soldering, that can cause big problems. Okay, so that's USB drive all done. I believe next up is GameCube controller? Yeah, okay. So we are going to wire up a GameCube controller now. So when you build a portable Wii, the main controller of the system is going to be a GameCube controller. Even if you want to use Wii remotes to play some games, the controller built into the system is always a GameCube controller. Because there's a little board called GC Plus 2.0. It's another 4-layer tech board. It's made by RVLoader, and it's essentially a GameCube controller emulator designed to be used in portables. So it's very small, very compact, very easy to solder to. In the old days, people would cut up like a GameCube controller and use that. But that's jank. It's hard to do. There's a lot of tight wiring you have to do. So GC Plus is just the better solution. And I think it's like 20 bucks, 15, 20 off a 4-layer tech. So for a portable system, you should use that. But for my testing today, using a GC Plus is a little bit jank. It would require a bunch of wires, me to solder up some sticks. So instead, hang on, I've got to harvest something else off of this setup now. Instead, what you can do, if you just want like a port for testing, is you can do what I've done here and just kind of cut a port out of the Wii motherboard. And you can use this for testing instead. So all you need for a GameCube controller is you need 3.3 volts, you need ground, and you need a data wire. And that will be enough to test and make sure everything works. Or make sure the GameCube controller at least works. So normally I wouldn't be too worried about like doing this relocation before you build your portable. Getting the controller working is very easy. It's 3 wires, 2 of which are voltage. The only tricky part is connecting up one tight data wire. But that's the same thing as U10 or USB. There's nothing special or unique about that. But I'm going to go ahead and do it here to just show the process. But this isn't one of those relocations I would recommend before you actually start putting your portable together. USB is the same way, in my opinion. You don't really need to do that one before. I think doing that with whatever your system is going to be all right. Doing it beforehand isn't a terrible idea, though, because that one's a little more complicated. There are more ways you could mess it up. Okay. So the diagram I've got below me right now is for the USB data lines. So I can't see the numbers. They're too small for me. Hopefully you guys can see them. If not, reference the definitive Wii trimming guide. That'll break it down all nice and simple for you. And then I know it's the second one from the bottom here. So wait, can I zoom in? There we go. So down here there's this resistor array, and then there's the 4 pads right next to it, and that's what we're going to use for GameCube data. So once again, it's a data line on a Wii. You're going to want 34 gauge wire. I'm just going to cut a somewhat lengthy wire real quick. Where are my flush cutters? Here they are. Go ahead and tin both sides of it. Wire's tinned, so I put the wire in the hole. And then we put a drop of our flux in there. Oh, whoops. Okay. So I've filled in the via with solder, which is good, but my wire fell out. Which is important to know. If this happens to you, like your wire falls out while you're soldering, but now there's solder in the hole, or if you have to like remove a wire after you've soldered to a via, in my opinion, it's not worth trying to get the wire back actually into the via. I think going forward, it's easier to just treat that via as a pad that you solder to. So like this wire is not inside of the hole at all, but that's okay. That joint should be reasonably strong. Oh, I forgot to mention. So a good metric for if your solder joint is strong enough, you should be able to kind of like lift your motherboard up by the wire. So that one, oh, actually no, the joint was perfectly strong. It actually broke the wire. So that is partially why you maybe shouldn't test like that. But the wire should break before your solder joint does, which it did there. So I can be happy that I had a nice solid solder joint, but now I have to resolder it because my wire broke. So not the best way to test. Oh, but something some people do when they're trimming a Wii for the first time and they get their U10 via all nice and soldered up is they'll immediately go grab their hot glue gun and just like pump in a bunch of hot glue all around the solder joint they just did. Which the theory behind that is mechanical stress won't break my joint because it's held in place by the glue. But that is not something you should do. Because since the Wii gets pretty hot, the hot glue can melt. And if it melts too much, it can put a lot of stress on the wire and cause the wire to fall out of the via or break the solder joint. So your solder joint should be strong enough that you don't need to do that. If you're going to use hot glue to support a wire, which I'll show later, I do that in a couple spots on a Wii, you should put it separate, not over the joint. You should put it like a little further back. That way, if something goes wrong, you can easily tell, and you should be able to fix it fairly easily. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to tug on this wire. I can tell that's a good joint. We're all good. Okay, and then, so I've got this GameCube port I pulled off. For knowing where to solder this port to, check the definitive Wii trimming guide. There's a picture for what the pinout of a GameCube port is. I've done this enough times that I have it memorized, at least all the important stuff. But that diagram will show that a GameCube port needs 5 volts. But like Poppy mentioned earlier, that 5 volts is only for rumble. You don't need it for the controller to actually work. you just need 3.3 volts ground and your GameCube data line. Okay. So I know there's a pair of vias right here that are ground, and there's a pair just across from it that are 3.3 volts. So. Alrighty, 3.3 volts ground. And now data line. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and run another test. See if the GameCube controller works properly. Okay, I've got a controller right here. It's got some pretty buttons on it, although the sticks are nasty. Okay. But I don't want these wires getting too stressed, so I'm going to kind of use... you can't see, but I've got the GameCube controller wire wrapped around my solder exhaust fan. So that way it's not pulling on anything too much. Okay. Battery in. Like so. Okay, we're gonna power on. USB still works, that's good. Okay, and then I should be able to, yep. So you can see controller's working great. Here, you know what? Let's boot up a GameCube game. So, in theory, like I can play GameCube games right now. I've got a controller wired up. I've got USB wired up. Well, that's essentially all you need. And I'm gonna go ahead and put a heat sink on real quick. Plus, if the wire cracks while it's glued, you'll have trouble resoldering it. Yes, that's a good point. That's another reason to not hot glue directly to the joint. But as you can see, it is a working Wii. Alright, no Mario Party right now, though. We got more relocations to do. Okay. Battery out, like a good boy. GameCube controller out. Okay, let's go ahead. So I have been testing all my video stuff with composite video. Composite video is the lowest quality video you get out of a Wii. It's only one wire, so it's really easy to test. It's your best testing video signal. But for an actual portable, you're going to want to use VGA. So VGA is more complicated. It's about 5 wires total. Oh, wait, no, too far. There we go. So it's about 5 wires total, and some of them are some tough wires. You have to solder directly to the Wii's AVE port. So this is some of the harder soldering you'll have to do for a portable. If it's too scary for you, you don't want to try and solder to these little pins right here. You can opt to just stick with composite. But VGA is a world of difference. It's 480p compared to 480i, I believe. So you get progressive video instead of interlaced, which I don't know the technical terms, but it looks much better. I can tell you that much. So I do VGA on all of my portables, pretty much no matter what. And I would say it's worth the extra effort every single time. So on this diagram here, you'll see a blue pin and a pink pin on the bottom left of the AVE. So those are H and V sync lines, horizontal sync and vertical sync. So this is another area where a 34 gauge magnet wire is going to come into play. Here's my red wire. Where's my green wire? Here it is. So video wires, you generally want pretty good shielding on because unshielded wires will catch interference, and so you might get lines or like artifacts across your screen if you don't shield your wires properly. With the H and V signals, you don't need to shield those. those are just fine as like solar wires that run across. I think you're actually not supposed to shield them for some reason. I don't know the technical reason on that, but shielding won't help you at all. It'll only hurt. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tin 234 gauge wires really quick. And then I'm gonna show how I solder these to the AVE consistently. So the video wires we are gonna wanna shield are the R, B, and G lines, the red, green, and blue lines. If you don't shield those, you'll get, I found you pretty consistently get interference. So the severity of the interference will kind of depend on the portable you're building and what signals it runs past, but you should shield your wires. Okay, so I'm going to use my green wire as V-Sync, and V-Sync is the second pin in right here. Again, I'm sorry I don't have a microscope. That'll make it easier to show what I'm doing, but I'll talk through it. So what you want to do is you want to put down some flux over where you're going to be soldering to. And then you want to take your soldering iron and you want to put the teeniest, tiniest amount of solder on it along the very tip of it. And then you'll take your V wire and line it up with the V pad. And then just smush your soldering iron into the wire and the pad. And then that teeny tiny amount of solder should flow nicely just onto that one pad, and it shouldn't blob a bunch of pads together. So that looks really, really good actually. I don't know if my camera can pick it up, but I've got one single wire perfectly melded with the pin. That's what you want to see. And so I'm going to do the exact same thing with the H wire, although this one's a little bit easier because you can kind of solder along the edge of the pin because there's no pin to the left of it. So same thing, drop down some flux, a teeny tiny amount of solder on the tip. When I say teeny tiny, I mean teeny tiny, like the very smallest amount you can possibly get on there. If you get too much, you can wipe a little bit off. And then I'll smush it, but I want to be careful to not smush the wire I just soldered, or else it'll come loose. And there we go. So the H and V lines are two wires that might be worth putting a little bit of hot glue to help hold them in place. I would put the hot glue like right here, right next to the screw post. But yeah, those are some of the trickiest points to solder to. If you do get too much solder on there and multiple pins on the AVE are blobbed together, you'll want to use some, what is this called? Solder wick and some flux, and you're going to want to completely clean it up before you try and rewire there. So that can be tricky. That's the hardest part of VGA wiring. And so then for the actual video signals, so RG and B, you can see on the diagram here, I think the colors might be mixed up because those colors are meant for component video, which the color order on that is different from VGA video. So make sure you don't mix those up. Although if you do mix them up, your colors are just gonna be weird on the screen and you'll be able to tell immediately, and it's an easy fix, just flip the wires. So when I solder up my RGB lines, I use this array of resistors right here. There are pads, I can show them, on the front side. So where we wired composite up earlier, right here, you can use these for, you can use this side of the capacitor, or where the capacitor used to be, for red, green, and blue. But I don't like to solder to these, because even though it's a bigger pad, when you have your Wii mounted in your portable, it's 9 out of 10 times going to be mounted upside down, like this. And so if something goes wrong, and you need to fix one of your RGB wires, it'll be kind of tough to do if your Wii is permanently mounted upside down. But by using these, if something goes wrong, I can tell immediately if a wire has come loose or is not soldered properly compared to if it's on the bottom. So that's why I solder here, but that's up to you. If you'd rather have the bigger solder pads, which if you're a beginner to soldering, that's probably a fair desire to have. So I'm gonna go ahead. You gotta be careful when soldering to these resistors because they will just kind of fall off if they heat up too much. But I'm just gonna add some solder onto the video end. RGB, just like so. Okay, so for shielding wire, you kind of have two options. The worst option is to twist together magnet wire like we did for USB, and then run one end of the wire to ground and then the other end to RG or B. It improves the video quality slightly, but you're still going to get interference in most cases. So the better option is, if you remember earlier, when we were talking about the Wi-Fi module. So the Wi-Fi module, most people don't relocate, but the Wi-Fi module came with these little antennas on it. And these little antennas happen to have nice shielded wire on them. Okay, this one is all nasty. Let me find one that's clean. Yeah, this one looks clean. Yeah. And this shielded wire is very good for running video lines on the Wii. So you can disconnect them from the Bluetooth Wi-Fi module. You can just chuck the Wi-Fi module if you're not going to be soldering that back up. And then you can also disconnect it from the antenna. Like so. And so then the way this wire works is there's one thin strand that runs all the way through, and then there's like a little coating around it, and then there's a bunch of strands of other wires, and those other wires are going to be the shielding. So this wire can be a little bit tricky to strip properly. You have to be very gentle with a pair of like these. So you grip it, strip it very gently, try not to cut through the wire. And so then you only want to shield, or you only want to ground one end of your shielding. There are these things called ground loops. And once again, that is one of those things where I don't have the technical knowledge to really understand what that means or why it's bad, but you want to avoid ground loops in your wiring. And so we're only going to ground one end of the shielded wire. That'll be perfectly fine for shielding. I don't think grounding both ends is really going to hurt anything, but that's one of those best practices thing. And so since this end is already stripped properly, so we have our shielding here as this leg, and then we have our actual video signal here. So I would recommend using this side as the side that goes to your screen, because it's a little awkward to try and find a ground pad right next to the little resistors here. And so then we're just going to wire up only the video signal side to the Wii. And then I'm not actually going to wire up VGA to a screen today, because that's a really awkward test to run. That's something I would never do, like before actually connecting like the Wii to the portable. But that's something you should do once everything else is working. I would say VGA wiring is one of the last things you do most of the time. So once you verify everything's working and your portable's all good, then you can switch over to VGA instead of composite. And the shielded wire is a pain to work with, so I only want to have to run wires once. I don't want to be most of the time running long wires and then cutting them short later is perfectly fine, but that's such a headache with this wire that I don't want to do that. So then connect your resistor to your wire, and there you go. That is one of your 3 RGB lines for your portable. I'm not going to do the other 2 lines right now, because this is something I would only do once my portable is like at least mostly assembled, because I only want to run these wires once, and I want to cut them perfectly and strip them perfectly to the right length. And it's not worth my time to be doing it on all of them. So hopefully the shielding wire explanation made sense. Again, there's a thin wire that runs through the center, and then there's a coating around that one wire, and then there are a bunch of little ground wires. And so those are your shielding. Connect this part to ground, connect this part to your actual signal. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and desolder it, because this wire, I would say this wire is the highest, is my most likely culprit to like fall off while I'm working on other things and moving stuff around. So I'm just going to remove it for now. And then the one last thing you need to do with VGA. So once you have your H and V line soldered up and your RGB line soldered up, there is a pad in a Wii called the mode pin. And the mode pin needs to be connected to 3.3 volts in order for your Wii to output VGA or component. Otherwise, it'll only output composite. So when you wire up the mode pin, it'll stop outputting composite, but it'll start outputting VGA. So I'll go ahead and show where that is. I believe it is... Yeah, so TP47, test pad 47. It's this little golden circle down here. Hang on, I think it'll show. Yeah, so it's out of frame on this picture of the AVE, but TP47 is where you need to wire up 3.3 volts to. For your Wii to output VGA instead of composite. If your trim cuts out test pad 47, that's fine. If you look on the diagram, there's like a cluster of vias right here, and this top one in the row of 3, that is also mode. So you can also connect 3.3 volts to there, and that will enable VGA. I'm not going to do that right now, but that's a common thing people forget, and then they have issues. Why isn't VGA working? We need to connect up the mode pin to 3.3 volts so that the Wii knows to output VGA and not composite. I will say, if you look in the AVE diagram right here, there is a nice convenient 3.3 volt pad along a little capacitor right here. So that's usually where I'll pull 3.3 volts from, so that way I don't have to run like a long wire from all the way over here. But yeah, that's everything you need to know about VGA wiring, I think. Again, make sure when you're installing RVLoader, make sure you enable VGA. If you don't do that, then, well, your Wii isn't going to output VGA. But if you forget to do that, or you mess up that installation somehow, you can always rerun the RVLoader installer, even once the Wii is trimmed. So, yes. You aren't totally screwed if you don't enable VGA and then you trim. But you do need to install RVLoader before you trim, or else you will be screwed. Okay. So that's VGA video all explained. We've done USB. We've done GameCube controller. Let's go ahead and do the MX chip. So the MX chip is going to be the most complicated or the most involved relocation we've done so far, but it's pretty simple to pull off. It's not a very hard relocation to do, and you get some good value out of doing it. So it's one of those relocations that I do on pretty much all of my portables. I think it's worth it, but it is by no means required. If you don't care about the clock on your Wii being accurate, so that'd be important for games like Animal Crossing or like the save data times on your save files. And you don't care too much about emulator functionality, because some emulators require the MX chip. I believe some virtual console games do as well. Then you want to wire up the MX chip, if that's stuff you care about. Where did I had an MX chip earlier that was all sanded nicely. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. It was up here. Did I sand it nicely? Okay, I lied. This one isn't actually sanded. I'm gonna do that really, really quick. Alright, sandpaper. Come on out. So again, we sand the MX chip board for the same reason we sand the Wii motherboard. Because there are lots of edges along everything, and we don't want to short those out. That's how you connect voltages to ground lines and data lines to voltage lines, which just never ends well. Yeah, some Virtual Console font data is on the MX chip. I believe Aurelio has said in the past that it is possible for him to patch that into Virtual Console games. So in the future, you won't need the MX chip to run Virtual Console stuff. But he's a busy guy. That's been a planned feature for a while, and it just hasn't happened yet. So if you want Virtual Console stuff, I would say just relocate the MX chip for now. Unless you're willing to wait a long time. It's not Aurelio's fault. He's just a busy guy. But hey, if anyone would like to volunteer and be the new Wii software guy for the community, we could always use another one. How much have you charged for a basic Wii portable? My prices have gone up over the years. when I first started, the first portable I ever sold was for $750, which was a crazy deal. Person who got that was lucky. Then I raised the price to $850 once I started doing them more. And then over time, I now charge $1,500 for a full portable. Just because supply and demand. $1,500 is a borderline unreasonable price, but I have so many people who want them that there's always someone who will pay that. But I would say if you're buying a good portable Wii, I would expect it to cost around $1,000 from someone who knows what they're doing. I really didn't like Piggy Loader. The world wasn't ready. That's tough. I think this is 800 grit. I forgot you had your own like little custom loader back with like the Wave Rider and stuff.
Waluigi time.
Hey, MP3. Thank you for the resub. Alright. MX chip should be cleaned up enough for now. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and clean it with some IPA to get all the remaining dust out. Shift back over. Alright, so the MX chip, it needs 3.3 volts. It needs ground. It's got 4 data lines. And we are also going to hook up a little battery cell to it. That's how the Wii keeps track of the clock. So there's a fair amount of wiring involved, but it's nothing too crazy. So we're going to hook up the battery first, actually. So on the bottom here, there's a TP118. Here, let me zoom in. This is bottom left pad right here. So that's where we're going to connect the positive end of our battery to. Yeah, it was pretty nice. Now that I spent several years mainline programming, I do so much better. Oh, I'll bet. Okay, I'll have fun, I promise. So rude. Anyway, Shockslayer, yeah, actually many years ago, he sold me a trimmed portable Wii. Or not a trimmed portable Wii, a trimmed Wii. That I then put inside of a portable. And it was a really bad portable. And I think I ruined the trim he sent me. But, that was how I got started with portabilizing many years ago. Okay. So, for the coin cell, you can just use the one that was in the Wii. Before you do, though, you should run a voltage check on it. Make sure it's getting the correct voltage. Oh, I haven't talked about troubleshooting at all. Okay, once we're all done, I'll do a big troubleshooting overview when things aren't working. Because, I mean, I'm so cool. Everything works first try for me, but if it's your first time, you're going to run into issues. Almost certainly. Okay, yeah, this battery's at 3 volts still. So it'll work just fine. But knowing how to troubleshoot stuff is very important. Because that's how you get stuff actually working. And I think that's the biggest thing I've learned over the years as I've trimmed so many Wiis, is that I've seen almost every issue there is to see. And I've been able to get most of them working. There was a small pile of my failures. Okay, wait, I'm doing this wrong. Soldering to this coin cell is really tricky. So what you want to do first is grab your X-Acto knife. You want to just kind of find a spot. Oh, wait, let me zoom out so you can see what I'm doing. You want to find a spot and you just kind of want to scuff it up a little bit. You don't want to solder to coin cells for an extended period of time. They will explode. Not in like a will kill you way, but in a will make a very loud bang and scare you way and send hot metal flying. guess that could kill you if you're unlucky. There we go. So now I'm having an easier time getting solder to stick. So now I've got a little solder ball there that I can solder to. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side of the battery. So the side without any markings is ground, your negative side. Same thing, scuff it up. And then we're just going to make a little tiny solder ball. Again, if you're having issues getting the solder ball made, back off, let the battery cool down for a while before you go back in. Okay, and so now we're going to solder a couple of short 34 gauge magnet wires to it. Again, I'm going to use red for positive, green for negative, because that's what I do. Don't tin your wires over the project you're working on. Bad idea every time. Okay. Green wire for negative. Red wire for positive. Okay. And so then once you've got your wires in place, I would recommend... I've got Captain tape. If you don't have Captain tape, then use electrical tape. But you want to just cover up the battery completely, so that way there's no risk of it shorting out on anything. So is the plan to edit the stream down as a kind of tutorial, just have it as a VOD like your other builds? So I think this is just going to remain as a VOD for now, but this is just kind of a test run for a potential Wii trimming tutorial video that's much more streamlined and edited and has all the info in it. I'm essentially doing this to see like what questions people ask or what parts I forget to cover for a potential tutorial video. Because I think a Wii trimming tutorial would be fine, because most of this stuff has remained pretty much the same for years, aside from like which voltage regulators people use. So I think it would be a good resource that wouldn't get outdated so quickly that it wouldn't be worth making. Okay, and then I'm just going to kind of trim the edges of the tape so it's a little cleaner. Okay, so now we're going to actually solder up our battery to the MX chip. So our red wire is positive, green wire negative. Okay, so once again, our red wire goes to TP118. It can also go to this resistor, this edge of the resistor over here. The test pad is just going to be easier to solder to, in theory. Alright, then we'll flip it over. Oh, did I make these wires too short? Gone a little too short with my wires here. Okay. Well, the other end of the battery needs to go to ground. I'm going to get a bit unorthodox and make my own ground pad. Just like do a longer wire there. These three pads, you recognize these pads from earlier. Potentially. This is where we pulled off our U10 from a long time ago. So, yeah. The EMX chip is right next to U10. I think it does something with the U10, actually, in a stock Wii. But we ripped the parent from its child when building a portable. Okay. So the negative end of our battery is now connected to ground, like we want. I mean, after the WeTrim tutorial, could do one, a video showing how to make the Sheeta, Weebit color, etc. Yeah, maybe. I think the issue with making like highly edited videos is I'm not sure how many more people they would help. Because I think if you really want to build a portable Wii, you're probably willing to sit through a 5-6 hour VOD of someone breaking down and trimming a Wii, if that would be helpful to you. So more streamlined tutorials, I don't know. They would be helpful, certainly, for people who are looking to build their own. But for people who are really passionate about it and are already willing to spend the $300, $400 to build their first portable Wii, I don't know if streamlined VODs... I mean, maybe that's what gets them to finally get up and do it. But yeah, the WeTrim video would be it'd be a test run. And if the video is helpful for people, then I'd probably do more in the future. So that's what I like about the VODs. The VODs are easy. I just turn on the stream, I talk for 6-8 hours. And then I know I've got a resource that will help people who are trying to build portables. And it's not all too much effort. Doing a full-on weed trimming video would... that'd be a lot of work. And I don't know if all too many people would be super passionate about it. The VODs aren't for the YouTube algorithm? Yeah, exactly. Well, some of the VODs have gotten a fair number of views. Like, well, by fair number I mean I think like I have like a 12-hour VOD from like a Louis stream I did. I think that has tens of thousands of views, which was a little surprising. All right, so now I'm gonna tin some of the pads. So the MX chip is a little weird. It has a bunch of... Oh wait, hang on. Let me bring up the MX chip diagram. I should have done that a while back. Okay, so you see here, this is the MX chip. So let me orient it the same way so it's easy to follow along. So you'll see that the MX chip has 4 red pins for 3.3 volts. And so not all of those are connected together on this board here. So we need to connect those together ourselves. And there are different ways to do it. I'll show the way I like to do it. There are different methods. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to solder blob together pins 24 and 25, I think those are. Those are 1, 2, 3, so 4 and 5 off from the top. So those both need to be 3.3 volts. Like so. And then I'm going to put some solder on the second pin from the top. And then I'm just going to use a little 30 gauge wire to bridge those two together. And then once you do that, you'll have successfully connected all the MX chip 3.3 volt spots together. But in most cases, when you see like a board that has multiple spots for 3.3 volts or something, usually you only need to connect up one of them. But there are a couple of exceptions with some of the peripherals we're going to be rewiring. Yes, this tutorial, it'll go to the Ginger of VODs channel. So this VOD won't be on my main channel. But if I did do like a full-on edited start to finish weed trimming video, that is essentially this stream, but streamlined and prettier visuals and more jokes, then that would probably go on the main channel. But yeah, VOD's channel is a dumping ground for anything that I don't care how well it performs. Because mixing VODs and high quality content on a single channel, typically not the move. I'm no YouTube guru, and I'm not going to pretend to be one, but it's actually, well, YouTube did recently add a different tab for like live streams. Go to like a different tab on your channel, and so I'm curious if the algorithm knows to like sort those, but I would need to stream on YouTube to do that. And I like Twitch better as a streaming service, at least for right now. They do seem intent on making it worse every single year. But YouTube is just kind of weird for live streams. I did the 24-hour stream one on YouTube and it was fine, but I'll stick to Twitch for now. Okay. So you can see now I've got a little jumper cable between this 3.3 volt pin and these 3.3 volt pins. So now all of the different 3.3 volt pins on this board are connected together properly. We don't need to worry about that anymore. Okay. One more thing I'm going to do before we mount it is I'm going to take some Captain tape and I'm going to cover up everything on this side of the board because we're going to be mounting this directly to the Wii motherboard and you don't want to risk anything shorting out against each other. Just like that. And perfect. So this is our MX chip thingy. And so we are all good to start soldering to the Wii now. So like I mentioned earlier, we're going to need 4 data lines. So you can see in this picture here, I don't know why I'm pointing. You guys can't see, but it makes it easier for me. On the bottom left of the MX chip, there are 4 pins, yellow, blue, purple, green. So those are the 4 data pins. And so we need to wire those to near the bottom of this image. You can see yellow, green, blue, purple. So those 4 pins all need to be connected up properly and in the correct order for the MX chip to work. And then, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and start cutting and trimming wires and soldering those to the 4 vias. And then for mounting the MX chip, I usually just hot glue it into place. It's not the ideal method, but like there's no like screw posts on this. You kind of have to mount it in a semi-permanent way. But there's a nice spot for it. You can hot glue it to, and you won't cover up anything important. So, are you going to be wiring a controller on this stream? So I wired up the GameCube data port, but I won't be wiring up like an entire like GC Plus or whatever. That's something I would only do in a final portable, not for testing a Wii trim. Hey, that Matt. Yeah, I've been streaming somewhat regularly for the past few weeks. I've got at least 2 more live streams planned. I mentioned it earlier. Probably no stream next Saturday because next weekend is Pikmin 4 release weekend. So I will probably be playing Pikmin 4 this time next Saturday. But the weekend after that, I will probably do a G-Boy build. So do a full start to finish portable Wii. I'll be using this Wii trim, actually. That's the plan. That's what this trim is for. So it should be a pretty good continuation. And then after that, I've got a Samus-themed portable, the Iran by Wesk. So I'll probably stream the build of that as well. And then there may not be any streams for a little while after that. Okay, I say a little while, might be months. But we'll see. It's also possible I might do a stream where I test like battery lives of all the portables I've been building recently. Because I want to do that for the YouTube video. I want to know how long all the portable battery lives are. But portable gameplay isn't very stimulating. It doesn't give me much to talk about while I stream. Oops. You might have seen a big solder blob fall off here. I had too much solder on the iron. And this is why you don't tin your wires over your project. Okay. We're going to start in the top left and work our way down. So via 1, once again, we're doing the typical via soldering method. Get the wire in the hole with only a little bit of silver poking out. And then drop of flux. And then a little bit of solder on the end of our iron. Smush it. Feed in a little more solder. Most of the time I won't use flux on most Wiis unless it's being a bit of a pain. But honestly, I probably should just use flux every time. It definitely makes the process more consistent. Okay. Drop flux. Teeny tiny. It's actually already solid. Go. And then that picture is really small. Hopefully when it's blown up for you guys, you can see where the other 2 pins are. I'm reasonably certain it's this pair. Alright, 1 data line left. Alright, 4 data lines. So now I'll connect up a 3.3 volt wire and ground wire for the MX chip. I'd recommend using 30 gauge for this. I think 34 gauge is pushing it a little bit, potentially with the MX. Honestly, 34 gauge wire is probably fine, but I've always used 30. So I'd rather just use 30 and know it'll work rather than risk something going wrong later. But I think the stream is almost over. I think the only relocation I'm going to show off after this is the Bluetooth module, because that one does have some value to it. But I will briefly talk about all of the other relocations and what they offer and why I'm not showing them. I'm going to use the same 3.3 volt and ground spot that I used for the GameCube controller. Those are also very convenient for the MX chip. Actually, I'll use a slightly different ground. Oh, that wasn't soldered in at all. This is one of those points where scuffing up the surface around the via helps a bit. There we go. Gonna try again real quick. And then you can use like the edges of these little golden circles for like ground pads. Just make sure you leave enough space for a screw to go in the middle. Okay, so now that we've got all of our wires in place, we're going to want to actually mount our MX chip. So hopefully my hot glue gun is all warmed up by now. So, where I put the MX chip is I plop it down right about here. So you want to make sure you're not covering up any of the video and audio related vias right here. And you want to make sure you're not covering up anything with like the U10 or the MXs. So just kind of like right here. That should be a fine spot. And then just take your hot glue gun. Come on, you feel hot. There we go. Make sure you don't cover up any of the important stuff with hot glue either. Just kind of smear and smudge. Erect some little hot glue walls. And then make sure you're making some good surface area with the actual Wii motherboard. Okay, we'll call that good enough. Can't really run hot glue along the top without covering up the vias, but hitting all the other sides should be enough. And then if for some reason you need to remove this board later, anytime you need to get hot glue up, just like drop some IPA, isopropyl alcohol, on it, and it'll come right off. Alright, so yeah, not the prettiest mounting solution. Oh, I mounted it crooked too. Ah. That's okay. Alright, let me... Some of the glue is snagged on our data pins. Clean that off. Okay, so this part, it's really important to look at the right numbers and make sure you're wiring the right thing from point A to point B. In fact, it's so important, I'm going to let the scene look a little ugly for a bit, because I really need to see which one is which. Oh, I'm trying to switch. Okay. So we can see the bottom one is 14 in green, and 14 in green is the highest up one, which is a little confusing because that's a red wire. Right? Bottom? Yeah, so bottom is top. Actually, I should start from the top and work my way down. So I'm going to go ahead and tin the 4 data pads with solder. Lives easier later. Do your best to not blob any of the pins together. You'll need to fix those blobs if you do end up doing that. Okay. Now we go back. Top pin is yellow and it is 11. And 11 is the second pin down. So as is green wire. Loops around here. Next to here. So I'm going to cut off all the excess. That. Then we got to tin it. So after wiring the MX chip, all you got to do is glue it to the motherboard? Yeah. And I would glue it before I solder up all the data lines, just so you have something nice and stable to solder to. That's my preference anyways. But yeah, hot gluing is, I think it's the standard method. I don't know if anyone has a better way. Well, there are better ways, which would be to take all of these chips off of here. And then relocate them to their own like daughter board that connects up a little bit nicer. I'm not thinking it. That one does not come next. That's a little more involved. This is the normal way to do it, or the standard way. Okay, going back. The next one down is 12, which is blue. Okay, I cannot see. Make this real big. Okay, 12 is the lowest one. I'm looking at this in like a 480p preview on my stream. Do not use any flux at all with these builds? No, I've been using flux pretty regularly. I don't use flux for like every single solder joint. But especially when I'm like wiring to Wiis, I'll use flux. Or I would recommend that you use flux every time. I'm not great about using it. I personally use Kester 951 for now. Although I'm probably going to experiment with different brands, different types of flux, once my next bottle runs out. Because I think the stuff I've been using is like fake flux or something. It's not the high quality stuff. I get it from an eBay reseller because it usually comes in like giant buckets or something, and they put it in nice little bottles. Yeah. For all the tiny stuff, don't worry, I'm using flux. Okay, and then the next one, I think it's the purple pin, right? Yeah, so that's pin. I can't read. Whatever, it's purple. I know it's this one. I have the MX like pin out loosely memorized, but I always double check it because I've wired it up backwards several times. Okay, so I messed up and played a copyrighted song during this, so there's no audio here. But basically all I do is I finish up wiring up the MX chip. So all the data lines installed, and then I soldered up 3.3 volts and ground. There are a couple of convenient points on the bottom right of that cutout based on how I have it oriented in the stream. The only other things I mentioned during this is that if you get shorts on the MX chip, sometimes a good way to work those out is to just put down a bunch of flux and then slowly run your iron along it. That'll sometimes work, but solder wick will also do a fine job. And then after that, I just mentioned that a good way to test the MX chip is to just hook it up, or is to just fire up the Wii once you have your MX chip installed, and there should be a clock at the top of the screen once you get into the RVLoader main menu. So I'll show that off next. But yeah, I guess Diva's theme has to come out of the playlist, so I can hopefully make money off of these bots. So yeah, that's all that got missed here. Where'd I put the controller? There it is. Actually, I don't need to... Oh, whoops. Just slammed my GameCube controller into my mic stand. Okay. Video connected. We're not going to worry about the controller for now. Battery. I'm triple checking my orientation. In place. Hold the power button. Alright. We are booting. Should be a clock right here. Hey, look at that. 5:43 a.m. I have been streaming for a long time. But yeah, you can set the clock. I believe there's a homebrew software that'll do it, or you have to set it through the Wii menu, which is a bit of a pain. Oh, wait, hang on, let me switch to full cam. Oh, okay, my camera is... that ain't moving. Anyways, it says 5:43 a.m. right there. So MX chip is good. Power it back off. Oh, did the music die? What happened? Yeah, we can keep... Okay. So, battery out before we do anything. These battery clips are really tight. I don't know if you can see, but it's scuffing up the battery pretty brutally. Which is okay. It's not gonna... Shouldn't hurt it too bad, but... Gotta be careful. So, we're gonna do one last relocation. That I think is worth demoing. And it is the relocation of the Bluetooth module. So this is the Bluetooth module. We talked about it earlier. It's one of the boot requirements for a stock Wii. But once you install RVLoader, the Bluetooth module is no longer required. But you're not going to be able to connect up Wii remotes if you don't relocate the Bluetooth module. So on most of my portables, I don't relocate the Bluetooth module because I don't care about Wii remotes. I've been building portables long enough. I've been playing portables long enough. It's too much of a hassle to go grab one and sync it up and then play with it. But most people, when they build their first Wii portable, they want to be able to play Wii games with it. So, which is pretty reasonable. So, if that's you, then you're going to need to relocate the Bluetooth module. And this is one of the tougher relocations on the Wii. For one reason, which is that everything we've soldered to so far has been to a via or like a IC leg or a pad. Something that's meant to be soldered to. But the Bluetooth data line pins, there are 2 of them. And unfortunately, we cut out every single convenient pad or via or whatnot to solder to. So what you have to do is you have to scratch a trace. Which, if you look here, right above the screw post, you'll notice a pair of traces. Maybe you can't see them. Maybe my camera's high enough resolution. But there are a pair of traces that run along here. And those are the Bluetooth data traces. So what we have to do is we have to create our own pads to solder data wires to. So we're going to take a very sharp X-Acto knife and we're going to scratch along here to give us some pads to solder to. And it is some tough soldering. I would say it's potentially more harder than soldering to the AVE. But I've got some pretty good methods for it. I'll break those down when we get to that point. But first things first, we got to hot glue our Bluetooth module into place. So my favorite place to mount the Bluetooth module is on the back of the board. And it is just to mount it like... Oh, let me zoom out real quick. It is to mount it like this. So it just kind of sits along the edge of the board. Kind of right along this corner. And then we're just going to hot glue it into place. Doesn't cover up anything important. It's really close to everything that's going to need to be wired to. So yeah, that's the reasoning behind that specific spot. So we're going to go ahead. Once again, we're going to use hot glue. Oh, I think I need another stick. Hang on. scratch ASMR? I don't know about that. Oh, whoops. Alright, go in. There we go. Just run hot glue around all the edges. We don't want to cover up any of the pads. Okay. So these 8 pads along the bottom of the module here, that's what we're going to be soldering to. Some Bluetooth modules, the sticker is a little bit bigger and it covers up these pads. So if you don't see those pads and there's a sticker blocking it, just lift up the sticker and the pad should be under there in theory. Oh, how did you hear about portabilizing? I was doing a random search for something GameCube related, and portable GameCube came up. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I didn't know Nintendo made those. And then found out Nintendo didn't make them. They're made by modders. They were very expensive to buy. And so that prompted me to look into how to build one myself. So that's how I discovered Wii portabilizing, and yep, downhill from there. Okay. Oh, let me bring up the Bluetooth module pinout. So here, this is what I was talking about earlier. You see the purple trace and the green trace. So those are our 2 data traces. That's the tough part of the Bluetooth module. And then this is the pinout of the actual Bluetooth module itself. So you don't need to worry about any of the stuff on the right. That's the pinout if you're using the connector. Do I have a Bluetooth module? Hang on. So the Bluetooth module latches into the Wii board with this little connector here, but that's pretty tough to solder to, very fine pitched pins. So we use these nice big pads instead, at least relatively big pads. So yeah, we're only going to worry about the stuff on the left for now. So when you look at the pinout, you'll notice that there are 3 red pins with 3.3 volts. This is another situation where we need to connect all 3 of those pins to 3.3 volts. There's a ground pin. There are the 2 data pins. There is the sync pin. You're going to need to hook up a button to that pad and connect the other side of the button to 3.3 volts in order to sync a Wii remote. And then I think that's it. There's a ground pad, but the soldering on that side is pretty straightforward. But now that we have the Bluetooth module relocated, we're going to do the tricky part first, which is scratching the traces and connecting up a Bluetooth stream. Hey there, Ryan Matham. So the best way to scratch your traces and get a good pad is to use a brand new X-Acto knife blade. So I don't know if you can see this blade too well, but it's pretty dull. It is not nice and sharp at the end, which works fine for just about everything. But when you're scratching Bluetooth traces, you want a nice, fresh blade. Nice and sharp. Easy to pierce someone with it. Okay. So then what you want to do is, if this is your first time relocating a Bluetooth module, you're going to want to start scratching over here. So you want to scratch out and then work your way in. Because if you mess up and you botch the traces, you smear them together, or you smear them to ground, or it's just unusable, you can always just cut along the 2 traces. That will sever the line, and then you can try again further up the chain. And so you want to give yourself a few attempts in case you really mess up multiple times in a row. I'm pretty confident in my ability to do this, so I'm going to scratch a little further up the line. But that is my recommendation if you're new to this. So I'm going to get in real close. Make sure I'm perfectly. And I'm just going to scratch the trace lightly with the X-Acto knife. And I want to expose a few millimeters of copper along just one of the traces. Okay. Let's see, can you see that? Okay, you can see that. So you can see the little copper smear right here. So I've exposed the bottom trace there. And so now I want to expose the top trace. But I don't want to expose the top trace in the exact same spot. I want to go a little bit further up the line to like right here. And now I just want to scratch a few millimeters and expose this top trace. I want them separate from each other by a little bit at least. That'll make it much easier to solder later. Because if they're right next to each other, it's really tough to just solder to one of them. Okay. So you should be able to see, yep, I've got two. They're close, but not directly on top of each other, so that way I could do one wire at a time pretty easily. And so you want to clean up any dust that might be left over from your scratching. And I'm going to try and color match these. Green on the bottom. Okay. So I'm going to do the top wire first. I'm going to use two different colors, the magnet wire, to make things easier for me. And then make sure you cut these somewhat long, longer than you think you'll need. That way, because you don't want to have to redo these wires later. These are a big pain. And then I'm going to tin. So I'm going to tin these wires the same length as the pads I made just now. Okay. So now the hard part, after you've scratched the traces, is getting your wire to stick nicely to these makeshift pads we've created. Because it's not much surface area. And it can be a little tough. I'm gonna actually make one of my I'm gonna make the pads just a hair bigger. And so when you're scratching, make sure you don't scratch any of the ground plane. So on either side of these two traces is a ground plane. And if you scratch up the ground plane, it's likely you'll short your Bluetooth data line to the ground plane, which would be bad. Which one? Okay, green on the bottom. So, to solder these, what I do, it's pretty similar to the pad soldering. We're gonna go. Oh wait, no, I want to do red wire first, because that's the one on the top. We drop, put a nice fair amount of flux down, and then what we do is we put some solder on our iron, not a lot, but a little bit. And then we angle our wire so that it's at an angle. We get it perfectly flat with our makeshift pad as best we can. And then we take our solder on the end of our wire. Oh man, this is... Hang on. I'm going to try using my grippy tweezers, the ones with the big handle. Clean it up again. Put a new blob of solder on. And then with your wire, you just smush the little blob of iron you've got on your iron, or blob of solder you've got on your iron, to your makeshift pad. Do your best to stick the two together. I think I got it. Oh, I've got hot glue on my flux. Oops. Okay. I don't super trust that joint, but I'm gonna repeat the process with our green wire. This is one of those things I really wish I had a microscope. I think that would really help in showcasing it. But to show, I'm essentially bending my wire near the end so that it's nice, so I can get it nice and flat with the actual board. Maybe my fingers are better than tweezers in this case. Might get a little toasty. That's okay. And then a little blob of solder. And then we do our best to just smush the two together. Oh, jeez, okay. So that did not go well that time. So I'm going to add more flux. Okay, there we go. That should be good. So now both wires are connected. I'm not totally faithful in their ability to stay soldered for now. But now it's time to run a quick check with our multimeter. So I'm going to put it in continuity mode. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can measure some sort of resistance between ground, so any of the big golden circles, and then I'm going to lightly touch my iron to one of the data pins. And then some numbers will come up. Let's see, how many ohms of resistance am I getting? Like 10K? Okay, so I'm getting about 18,000 ohms between one of the data lines and ground. And then I check the other one. Again, about 18,000 ohms of resistance. And then I measure between the two data lines. And I get 37,000 ohms, exactly what I should get. So what that means is that both of these wires are actually making contact with the two lines I want them to. Neither of them are shorted to each other, and neither of them are shorted to ground. So that means that those wires are properly soldered into place. And so this is one of those times where I would recommend using a little bit of hot glue to help hold your wires into place, because these wires can be very easily tugged loose by accident. So I'd recommend go ahead and wrap these wires up to the top of the board. And then I would put a little blob of hot glue right here to help hold them into place. Not a lot of hot glue, but a little bit. Just like that. That'll help give it some support, but hopefully shouldn't tug the wires loose if that hot glue does come loose at some point. Hopefully. Flesh chipper sounds like you're wearing someone else's skin. No, I do what I can. Oh, we were dropping frames at some point during the stream. Alright, well, hopefully it was still watchable. The VOD won't have any dropped frames, so that's good. Yeah, we dropped 7,000 frames, which isn't insignificant. Okay. Have you ever done that newer crazy small trim that relocates the resistors? Relocates the resistors is a little vague, but I have done an omega trim, which is essentially the smallest possible weed trim. I'll talk about smaller weed trims at the end of the stream. I'll briefly cover them. I'm not going to be doing any of them on stream, but I will talk about them. Okay. So data wires are now in place. So now let's go back to... No, not that picture. This picture. So purple is the further one, which is my red wire. One note with the Bluetooth data lines is you want to do your best to keep your wires right next to each other, about as short as you can make them, and you want them to be about equivalent lengths, because this is actually a USB Bluetooth module. So hooked up, so these two data lines have the same sensitivity as the USB data lines that we twisted earlier. And so it's recommended that you twist your Bluetooth data lines together. I personally have not had issues, as long as they're really short, with just running them right next to each other and keeping them the same length. But if you're mounting your Bluetooth module somewhere else, and it's going to be running a fair distance, you definitely need to twist the data lines together. So back in the old days, back when Portableize.me was the main like software for building portable Wiis, relocating Bluetooth was a requirement if you wanted to play Wii games at all. But RVLoader allows you to still boot up Wii games without the Bluetooth module, and then you're able to play them. You can configure your GameCube controller to act as most Wii Remote inputs. So it's not a perfect solution. Like, obviously that's not a great setup for playing like Wii Sports. But it's good enough for a lot of games. Like, I've played through a fair chunk of the Mario Galaxies with a GameCube controller. Like Super Paper Mario works great. The Kirby games work great. Because you could point, you can emulate basic shaking, not complicated shaking, just like I shake this way, I shake this way. So relocating Bluetooth isn't required if Wii games are important to you. It's only required if you want to use Wii remotes with your Wii games. Yeah, you could set up the Wii Remote emulator to play Twilight Princess on a GameCube remote, or you could just play the GameCube version of Twilight Princess. I think the only difference is that it's mirrored, right? They made Link right-handed in the Wii version, so they just mirrored the entire game to keep them from having to make new animations. Okay, so our data lines are all hooked up. So next up, I'm going to go ahead and wire up 3.3 volts. So there are 3 3.3 volt pads, one here, and then 2 right here. So Bluetooth module is another thing I use 30 gauge magnet wire for. You might be able to get away with 34 gauge, but 30 gauge is the safe option. I know with 100% certainty it'll work. So I'm going to go ahead and scuff up a 3.3 volt pad over here. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a nice 3.3 volt pad for us. So the way I like to do this is I take a 30 gauge wire, give myself a fair amount of length, and so then I'm going to start just by tinning the end of it. And then I will connect this to the far 3.3 volt pad. That's all by itself. And then we swing it around here. And then I kind of figure out where the right length is for where it's going to meet the other pads. So like right there looks good. And so now I'm just gonna, since it's magnet wire, you can kind of just strip it wherever by just heating up the wire and putting a blob of solder around it. So I'm gonna tin the wire kind of randomly in the middle where I know it meets the next 3.3 volt pads. Kind of takes a while to strip it from the middle. There we go. And then it should, doesn't line up quite as nicely as it could, but we'll make it work with the next two 3.3 volt pads. So make sure both pads actually get soldered to 3.3 volts. One of the pads is not, then it's not going to work properly. There we go. Can work out the extra slack there, no issues. And then lastly, we route this around to here. And then once it's connected to 3.3 volts, we're almost there. Perfect. Okay. Last thing we're going to do for now is we're going to solder up ground. That's important. So this last pin here on the end is ground. I think I'll run the ground wire to right here. This is that screw post that we never actually use. And then normally I'd use a green wire, but I'm not going to mix it up. So I'll just use a red wire because I'm running low on 30 gauge green wire. Okay, ground. Run that along here. That's going to be a pretty clean Bluetooth relocation. Yeah. Okay, I may need to go run and give my cat dinner real quick. That might be what she's yelling about now. That's perfect timing, because we are done with the Bluetooth module. As soon as I pin this wire down. Alrighty. So in theory, Bluetooth module should be all done, wired up properly. It should just work. I'm gonna go get my cat dinner and use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. And then we can test and see if it actually works. Yeah, come on. Let's get you dinner. Okay, testing time. Okay, well, she's still yelling, so. Alright, so to test up Bluetooth, there are a couple different ways. The simplest way, though, is just boot up a Wii game with Bluetooth enabled in RVLoader. So I'll show how to do that. Okay. Button, USB, video. battery. Making sure we put our battery in the correct orientation. Okay, let's switch scenes. Alright. Gonna power everything on again. Okay, so we're gonna go to the Wii games section. Actually, wait, I'm curious. RVLoader will actually tell you if certain things on a Wii are detected. I'm curious if it checks for the Bluetooth module. I've never checked. Okay, it only says MX chip detected. That's another way to tell if your MX chip is properly wired up. RVLoader will tell you it's detected if you go to the status. Hopefully it doesn't check for Bluetooth, or else that means I did something wrong. Okay, so Mario Kart Wii, what we're going to do is if you press B on a Wii game, or any game, a settings menu will come up. And so we're going to set enable Bluetooth to yes. So this means that the Wii won't boot the game if it doesn't detect the Bluetooth module. Go ahead and boot it up. So if we get the like Wii Remote safety screen, then that means that the Bluetooth module is wired up correctly. Hey, okay, so there it is. So that means Bluetooth module is correctly wired up, although I'm controlling it with the GameCube controller right now. So you can't actually sync Wii remotes inside of Wii games. You have to sync Wii remotes in the actual like main menu of the Wii. So I'll show how to do that real quick. So normally what you need to do is, let me go back. Okay, so it's pin 12, I think it says pin 12. So pin 12 is the sync. So in order to sync Wii remotes, you need to connect a tact switch. So something like this, just like a simple tact switch, whatever you're using in your portable. Tact switches typically have two legs that get connected when you push a button. It's not focusing, but it's the two front legs here. So you wire up one of these to 3.3 volts, and you wire up the other leg to pin 12 on the Bluetooth module, the blue one. And so then pressing the button will then act as the sync button like it would on a normal Wii. So I'm not going to do that right now, but I will show you how to get to the Wii menu real quick. So if we reboot our Wii, yep. So if you go, there's a home icon that you can navigate to with the C stick. And then, so here you're in like the stock like Wii menu. It'll work the same way. So you'd sync up your remote right here, and then it'll work inside of games. It'll resync once you get into a game after you've synced it in the Wii menu. So you have to go to the Wii menu every time you want to sync Wii remotes. Wii remote syncing is a really weird process. It's hard to integrate into like homebrew programs. So that's why RVLoader, you can't do it in the main menu there. But yeah, so that is a successful Bluetooth relocation. And I think we did actually go 100 for 100. We had a really good record today. So yeah, I think that's all the relocations I'm going to show today. But there are some other ones that I will run through really quick. I want to talk about them, explain what they are, what the advantages are, and probably why I don't bother doing them. Why can't I... Okay, there we go. I don't know what was happening there. Couldn't get out of my... Where'd it go? So we're going to switch back to React Cam. So this is the definitive Wii trimming guide again. So again, you should be referencing this quite a bit. That's where I pulled like all of the diagrams that I was referencing while making this from. So if we scroll down, see the trim. This talks about everything the Wii needs to boot, like I talked about earlier. There's your nice big Bluetooth diagram. Here's everything you need to know about U10, voltage. Again, this 5-volt line, this is what I was talking about earlier. Not important, or don't connect this to your Wii. That's just there as like a reference if you need to pull 5 volts for something on an untrimmed Wii. Audio and video, this showcases all those different diagrams. Oh, I didn't show this one at all. This one shows the original AV port. So that's handy sometimes, especially if you're using like this port like I was. This is how you know where to connect stuff to. It also shows, right? Was I right on the test pad? Yeah, okay, it was test pad 47 for mode. USB talks about, yep, twisting your data lines. That's important. It's also important for USB lines to be the same length, but generally for twisting them, that's going to happen automatically. I can't imagine a scenario in which you'd be like wiring to wildly different points. GameCube controller. This is the pinout I was talking about earlier. That's how I know where everything is on this port that I cut out. Okay, SD card slot. This is one thing that I did not showcase. I have never once relocated the SD card slot on a Wii. The only thing the SD card slot is good for is like miscellaneous random homebrew programs. None of which I've ever like needed to use on a portable. And you can see it's a pretty complicated relocation. It's a lot of pins. I believe your wires on this need to be really short because it's a bunch of data pins. And so you need to wire this as close as you can to here. These resistor arrays, these are the ones right here, just above the 3.3 volt cap. So it's pretty tight wiring. It's a huge pain. And I have never had anything that's been like, oh man, I wish I had the SD card port on a Wii. I think Jackson S and Shock Slayer are the only people I've ever seen do it. And Jackson S did it on a like portable that had every single feature under the sun. And Shock Slayer was doing like homebrew development for Wiis with it. So having the SD card was important. But those are very edge extreme cases. I would not recommend this relocation ever. Memory cards. So these are GameCube memory cards. This is another relocation I have never done and I will never do. This one, it's not too complicated. Like you can see, it's pretty straightforward. Pin goes here, pin goes here. You have pretty large pads to solder to. So I can't imagine it's terribly difficult, but like I mentioned earlier, memory card ports are huge. Like, memory card port, it's kind of hard to show the scale, but they are very big and it's not worth it. They take up too much space. Now, a common reason people want to have the memory card ports on their portable is so they can continue their saves from when they were a kid on their portable, or so they can go back and forth easily between like a home console and a portable. But there is a homebrew utility called GCMM for the Wii, and that makes it so you can easily back up your saves off of a GameCube memory card by using your Wii. And then you can convert that save data, you can back it up to your computer, you can use it in Dolphin, you can use it on your portable. So that's a better way to go in between portable and home console. So that's what I would recommend. That's a lot easier. And GCMM is a really straightforward homebrew tool to use. It's not complicated at all. Yeah, so that's GameCube memory card ports. I think G-Man did it once for a commission that someone really wanted. The original G-Wii actually used GameCube memory card ports. MX ship and reset button. We talked about this. Oh, reset button. Okay, we didn't talk about reset button at all. But that's in this diagram here. You can see it right here. Reset button is the pin right below where you wire up U10 from this POV. And so reset button, you just connect a tack switch between that via and between ground. And then if you press that button, it acts as the reset button for the Wii. Oh, that's nice to have, especially on a trimmed Wii. Because if you hold reset and then power on a Wii, it'll take you to a safe menu called preloader. And so from there you can, if you manage to I've never seen anyone mess up RVLoader and need to go back to preloader. But the reset button is nice. I have that on some of my portables. It's handy. Okay, Wi-Fi. So the Wi-Fi module, like I talked about earlier, it's not a relocation I'm going to be showing today. This is a very tough relocation. It is a tough relocation. I think it's probably harder than anything we did today, except maybe scratching the traces of the Bluetooth module. But much like the SD card, your wires need to be very short and the exact same length for all of the data pins. And I'm talking exact same length. No variation. They need to go into the via at the same point. And so this breaks down everything. But it's a tough relocation, and relocating Wi-Fi doesn't do much for you. There are a small handful of homebrew scenes and games that have internet connectivity, like Phantasy Star Online 2, Someone told me that Call of Duty on the Wii still has servers up for some reason. Mario Kart Wii has some servers open. I don't know if they work on trimmed Wiis though, even with the Wi-Fi module relocated. I've heard some varying things on that. And there's probably a couple others out there that I don't know about. But the use cases are very niche. It's possible in the future, like maybe Aurelio patches in cloud saves into RVLoader. But so that your saves automatically back up to your computer over Wi-Fi when you're done in a game. But that is a maybe someday sort of feature and not a, yeah, that's happening. So take that as you will. So Wi-Fi module, I've relocated onto portable once. I had somebody who was a big Phantasy Star Online 2 fan, and they wanted to play it on their portable, and so I relocated it for them. And it was a bit of a process, but as long as your wires are short and you're good at soldering, relocating the Wi-Fi module is very doable. So, but it is still tough. So it's not a, oh yeah, just do it. Like the MX chip, it's a, oh yeah, just do it. You could pull it off, and if you can't, whatever, no biggie. Oh, another thing to note. So when we installed our RVLoader, we patched out the Wi-Fi module. So you don't actually need to rerun the installer to patch Wi-Fi back in for Wii games. In that menu where I enabled Bluetooth, you can also enable Wi-Fi. And so that will enable Wi-Fi on a game-by-game basis. Because if you enable Wi-Fi universally on your portable, you rerun the installer, you say, don't patch out Wi-Fi. If anything goes wrong with your Wi-Fi relocation after you do that, your Wii will not boot. You will have to fix your Wi-Fi module in order to get your Wii to boot back up. But if you enable it on a game-by-game basis, then only that game won't work while Wi-Fi isn't enabled. So, yeah. I think you still need to enable Wi-Fi and universally to get it to work on like GameCube games, but I wouldn't worry too much about that. Again, Wi-Fi module is a very niche case, sort of relocation for now. And yeah, that is all of the different relocations, everything I didn't cover. Yeah, but I can't order a pizza for my portable. It's not running for the entire Wii. You know, that is I've never tried the fast food ordering channel on a Wii. So those are all the other relocations. I think that's everything I wanted to talk about with relation to that. So the one thing I should have been talking about as I went through and was doing everything was troubleshooting. Because, look, I did everything first try. Because I've done this many, many times before. But if you're doing this for the first time, chances are a lot of things are not going to work first try. So I do want to talk about some troubleshooting stuff with every step along the way. To help you, like, locate issues. So, starting with U10. So, again, if you're using the Wii PMS, like, there's a U10 spot right here. So, you would connect this up to the U10 via on the back instead of relocating it like I did here. But if your U10 relocation doesn't work, again, check with my multimeter like I did. Make sure these 3 pins are actually connected to ground. Make sure this 3.3 volt pad at the top is actually connected to the 3.3 volts. If you do a more aggressive trim along like this side of the Wii, sometimes you can sever the 3.3 volt line that goes to the U10. And so you have to rewire it manually from like right here or something. So that's an important thing to check. And then once your Wii is turned on and you power it on and your voltage regulators are all connected, you can try and check your actual U10 via. So that was this one back here, this red wire. And check the Wii trimming diagrams to see which one I'm pointing to. But measure when if your Wii isn't booting, measure the voltage of that pin with your Wii turned on. It should read 3.3 volts. Because what the U10 does is it sends a delayed 3.3 volt signal, and then it'll just leave 3.3 volts connected while the Wii is turned on. So if it doesn't read 3.3 volts, then something is wrong. You should also, in addition to checking that, you should check all of your voltage spots. So set your multimeter to like 20 volts, and then to measure voltage, you place the black probe on a ground point, and then you touch your other probe to all the various voltage spots. And make sure you're getting the correct voltages out, or at least close to. The Wii, when it's under load, so when the Wii is turned on, your voltages are probably going to read a little bit lower than what they are like straight out the PMS without a Wii connected. But it's pretty normal for the voltages to be like 0.05 volts lower, or like maybe if it's more than 0.1 volt lower, that should be a cause for concern. Generally, it's within 0.05 volts. So if your Wii isn't booting, checking all your voltages, that's a great thing to do, along with the voltage output of your U10 to make sure that's good. If your Wii still isn't booting, like you're still at like step 1, you only have U10 and a video port wired up, make sure that you've like properly soldered up composite video. And you can also check and see if composite video is shorted to ground. Without the Wii connected to your TV, the composite point should have, about 140 ohms of resistance. So that's something you can check. That'll help tell you if something's wrong with the video side of things. If you do all that and things still aren't working, take another look at the edges of your board. You may need to sand a little bit more. Keep an eye out for anything that looks abnormal, anything that isn't perfectly smooth and not like a via. What else? Yeah, check your voltages, check your U10, check that your video is good, check that the sides of your Wii are sanded. And that should be everything you need. With USB wiring, again, your wires absolutely need to be twisted very tightly, drill or Dremel. USB wires should be less than 6 inches long. If they're more than 6 inches, you're going to get fuzzy. You might not have great connectivity. So I would generally keep those as short as you can, but you only know how short they can be once you've got it mostly hooked up to your portable. So, and make sure you didn't like flip the polarity of the two data lines. That can be easy to do sometimes. So double check that. I think that's most of the troubleshooting stuff that comes up with USB. GameCube controller. Honestly, GameCube controller should just work. It's one data line. The only weird thing is if you cut really close off the top here, you can sometimes like sever some important connections for some pull-up resistors on the bottom. But that's not common. That only happen on more extreme trims. VGA isn't working, so we started doing VGA earlier, but we didn't finish it because I'll do that for a full portable later. Make sure your H or V lines have not come loose. Your display won't pick up any video signal if H and V aren't connected properly. You need both of those to be properly connected, and those can come loose if your soldering on the AVE was a bit loose. If you're using VGA, make sure the mode pin, so that was TP147 over here, is connected to 3.3 volts. It won't output VGA if you don't do that. If you do have the VGA signal going, but you're getting weird colors, or it seems like it's washed out, or you're missing a color, double check your RGB connections. Make sure they're all R goes to R on your screen, G goes to G on your screen, B goes to B on your screen. Make sure you didn't flip any of the lines, because that'll give you some weird colors. But that's an easy fix. And not a huge deal if you do accidentally flip those. You'll just need to fix it for your Wii to look right. I think that's just about everything I can think of with relation to VGA. MX troubleshooting. Again, make sure you jumped all the 3.3 volt lines like I showed earlier. That's important to do. Data lines, double check that you put them in the right order to the right pins. It's easy to like flip them, mirror them. I've done that multiple times in the past. Just be careful with that. Make sure you stay on the sides of the board really well, because again, it's just like the main Wii board. If there's a short, it'll make the MX chip not work and potentially cause issues with the rest of your Wii if you hook up an MX chip that has shorts along the sides. So sand it really well. I think that's everything. Oh, and make sure if you cut through any components on either the MX chip or the main Wii board, make sure you desolder all of those, take them off. Having half a component hanging off is never good for a system, especially when it's been chopped in half and you've completely messed it up. And then lastly, Bluetooth. Make sure that when you connected all three of the 3.3 volt spots together, make sure they're actually all soldered together. Sometimes one of them will look like it's soldered to your wire, but it's actually kind of not. So double check that, touch up any joints if it looks not quite right. Double check your data lines. Make sure you haven't flipped the Bluetooth data lines. I've done that before when soldering them up to here. Make sure your Bluetooth data lines have not come loose from the front of the Wii. That can happen. It's frustrating when it does because you have to resolder it, but and I think that's all like the rush troubleshooting extravaganza I think I can think of. Oh, it's important to note I didn't do any audio wiring on this because it kind of depends on what audio setup you're using. If you're using the U-amp from 4-Layer Tech, the audio lines, it's 4 wires and they're right here. It's 4 vias, so it's a little tough. They have all the notes and diagrams on their website. I show off how to do it on every portable I build, so I won't do that right now. But it's essentially just soldering to 4 vias, and the MC line needs to be twisted with ground for shielding most of the time. Is there anything else? I think I've shown just about anything. Are there any last-minute questions about anything I've shown that I can answer before I end the stream? Because I think I am ready for dinner. It is almost 8 o'clock here. But yeah, I'm happy with how smooth everything went. Although it's a little unfortunate that I didn't get to do more troubleshooting, since that would be good to showcase. What is a Wii? You might be lost. But yeah, I think Wii trimming is one of those things that people look at and it seems really complicated and super confusing. So I hope this demystified it a fair amount. Hopefully I took everything slow enough and I actually explained what I was doing. I know I was probably throwing around jargon like shorts and relocation. So hopefully everything was pretty straightforward. But if you're watching this in the YouTube VOD, feel free to leave comments and questions. I'm not great at reading the comments on the Ginger VODs channel because I just never check it. I upload it and then I upload stuff and then I leave. But I will make sure to answer any questions in the comments when I see them. Because I do want to make sure there's just one nice repository for everything related to weed trimming in a video form. Because the definitive weed trimming guide is great. But actually, I think actually seeing someone do it and showcasing all the methods will probably be helpful for some people. But yeah, I think I'm trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to chat about. Oh, I wanted to show off more extreme weed trims. I'll do that real quick. Let's see. Grab one of these. Hang on, let me go find my other weed trim. Okay, so the trim we did today was the standard trim, also known as the OMG WTF trim. And so then there are 2 other classifications of trims that are a little more extreme. So the first one is called the Lamau trim, LMAO. And so it looks like this. So you'll notice, messing with this one is a pain. But you'll notice we've cut significantly more off of the side here. There's also more of a cut along here. You can do that on a standard trim, but it's not necessary. If you flip it over, you'll notice that the NAND chip, which used to be like right here, has been relocated with a flex PCB to right here. So this lets us cut a little more off the top, and it lets us cut significantly more off the sides. So 4-Layer Tech sells these NAND relocation boards. It's a somewhat tough relocation to do. You have to tin all of the solder pads on the Wii side and on the Flex side, and then getting everything to line up and make proper connections can be tough. It takes some pretty fine drag soldering to attach this on there. So again, you don't need this unless you're doing a pretty extreme portable. Like Ashita, Louie, G-Wii, G-Boy all use a standard trim. You don't need to do this for those. But yeah, so this is the next stage in Wii trimming. And then the final stage in Wii trimming, I'll show it next to this one. This is called the Omega trim. I wish I had a voice changer so I could make my voice really deep for that. But you will notice there is not much on here. We have essentially kept the RAM, GPU, CPU intact. Everything else has to come over, including some like random capacitors that were further out in other parts of the board. So if we flip this over, you'll notice we've got a relocated NAND, just like before. And we have also relocated the audio-video encoder. So this chip, I have cut it out from a, we'll call it a donor Wii. That sounds nicer than a sacrifice Wii. And so you will notice there are about, 16 to 20 magnet wires running along here to reconnect all the video stuff up. There are a couple of random resistors that are important that you cut out of this trim and that need to be resoldered here. I haven't done it in a very long time, so I don't remember what they are. I would need to double check. But this is one of the coolest things about portable Wiis to me, because this is a working Wii. This still works, or at least it did when I first tested it after trimming. Like 4 years ago now. It was a long time ago. But this is essentially as hardcore as a Wii trim can get. You can cut a tiny bit more off of some of these edges, and nick off a little more of the corners. But you don't get much more extreme than this. I believe Wesk is doing some tests where he sees like the absolute maximum limits you can push a Wii to, as far as trimming goes. I just realized I have a component cut in half right here. I should remove that at some point. But so yeah, that is the Omega trim. It's also worth noting that relocating the AVE isn't the only solution for getting video out. You can use something like a GC video board, or I think Skent has something in his store called AVE to HDMI. You just need some way to convert the raw GPU video signals into something like a screen can read. Because that's what the AVE does. It converts it into VGA, component, composite, all that good stuff. But yeah, relocating the AVE was basically the only option when I did this 4 years ago. So those are the more extreme Wii trims. I have no plans to do tutorials for those at this time. If you can do a standard trim, then you can work out how to do this trim. And this trim you're gonna probably need a little help on. But the Omega trim, typically within the community, if you need to ask how to do it, you're not ready to do it. But I think there are some resources out there that break down like the random resistors that need to be relocated and whatnot. So those are good resources. But yeah, here, let me show off the family of Wii trims. So yep, that is Wii trimming in a nutshell. Hopefully the explanations were clear enough. Hopefully that is helpful for some people who are looking to get into Wii portabilizing. But yeah, I think I'm going to call the stream there. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for tuning in, chatting, asking questions. I do appreciate it. And yeah, no stream next week. But there should be a stream the week after. So I will hopefully see some of you then. See ya.